fire is here. They who dream about the greatness. They were challenged to be here. All the eyewitness, the final battle. They come. They see. They conquer. Let's the burn begin. Break through the fire. Create an immortal. The champion will be born here. This, where we fight. Fall. Victory. Your fire, your honor.
Are you ready to witness the ultimate showdown in the gaming universe? Welcome back to the electrified finals of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring, right here in the heart of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. As day one of Point Rush stage came to an end, all of the teams had achieved significant victories that put them one step closer to winning the championship this year. However, the 12 competitors will not stop here. Today, on the second day of the Point Rush stage, they will have one more opportunity to gain an advantage before formally moving on to May 26th, the widest grand final. The 12 well-known names will be taking place in today's match day. Among the representatives of Indonesia are RRQ Kazu, Evos Divine, Onyx Olympus, and Indostars. The pride of Malaysia, Team Expand. 5 teams from Thailand, Attack All Around, Reverse Red, Team Falcons, Stewart Esports, and Buriram United Esports. Lastly, welcome 2 of our 2 Vietnamese teams, P Esports and WAG. Right now, the survival legends are ready to fight. Let's give them the best support you got. Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring, Day 2 of Rush Point Stage is now started.
Xin chào. Taken out of the equation as well. WAC has got one more opponent to drop onto the ground, and they are going to be able to find the king eliminator Wasana himself. Brilliant dropped already. Cyber straight out Wasana, and WAC represents Vietnam big time with a booyah. Ground Prime taken out. Fire is still alive and kicking. Expand might be going for the metal, bashing themselves against put it up. Gotti is with a third booyah thanks to Mosi.
Across, and we have a Team Expand going in for the secure.
Might be able to get this. Wasana still alive. 2 players down. One more.
We target Buriram United. Just go dia spot. Untuk peminat-peminat yang dari Vietnam dan peminat di Malaysia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kerana mensokong kami berada di sini. Kami akan memperbaiki lagi untuk hari keesoknya dan menjadi yang terbaik untuk kalian semua.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and we are back at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 as we kick off day 2 of the point rush. This is the last chance for the team to gather all those points as they step into the realm of the grand finals. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Jeremy Garcia, together with the one and only Mustachio AJ.
I'm excited, bro. I mean, first of all, I'm always excited for a good day of Free Fire, but this is the final week. We've been through a long journey already, and what makes the final week so exciting is every single day your points reset. It's like moving from the knockout stage into the finals, right, where everything that you've worked for is wiped out, except for a tiny little difference. You are earning a little bit of bonus points to set yourself up for day number 3. Yesterday was the conclusion of day 1 of point rush. Many teams rushed, but only one team succeeded in all of that rush 4 times, bro. We thought it was going to be a knockout stage thing, but Buriram is bringing it into the final week as well. 4 booyahs for them, finishing in the number 1 spot, but they don't bring in 139 points, only 8 points. I really love how, all of that effort is going to be equalized. But what's more important than the points here, Neptune, is the information of the drop spots, those rotations, the mistakes that they unfortunately made yesterday that they can avoid on the final day.
Definitely. I mean, that is what we're looking for and asking for the teams, even from knockout stage, day after day, week after week. Like, how are you going to make those adjustments? How are you going to correct yourself after you have been falling down? Even within the game, there is a revive that can be used by the team so that they can make a plan B all throughout. So why not? Why not do it this time around? And for what? As you mentioned, AJ, for that additional point so that you can step into the grand finals a little bit more comfortably. But I guess the pressure is still on them because that's only 1 day of the grand finals.
Yeah, short-term goals, long-term goals. Short-term goals is get the extra points for a good head start on the 3rd day. Long-term goals, walk away with $100,000 for your squad. Walk away as the kings of Southeast Asia. This is the inaugural Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. Yes, we've had the SEA Invitationals last year, but ever since we rebranded the way we run the Free Fire World Series, first, of course, we have the localized events within each and every single one of our countries, the regions, and then this is the next stage, right, for Southeast Asia. If you dominate here, you really make a big name for yourself, for sure, before moving on to the world stage. How you dominate? Very simple. Hit that booyah, walk away with 12 points, slightly lesser points for that 2nd place, and you minus 1 point for each and every single consecutive position that you get below that, except 11th and 12th, you get no points from those placements, but eliminations do play a factor. Every single one gets 1 point.
Yeah, and in the case that there will be a tie, then we have you covered. First off, we rank it based on the teams with the number of booyahs or most number of booyahs, and then the total elimination. And if that is not enough, we get to the survival rankings for the final round. So just in case, and we've seen that at some point in knockout stages, especially in how close some teams are, and this has been applied there as well. What more once we get into the day number 2 of Point Rush as well as grand finals. But introducing the team that we have right now, the rocker banger of teams from different region. To start it off from the region of Thailand with 5 representatives, we have Buriram United, Team Falcon, Stalwart Esports, Attack All Around, and Reverse Red.
Indonesia, we've got RRQ Kazu, EVOS Divine, Indostars, Onyx Olympus. Malaysia has only 1 representative, which is Expand, and of course the home ground advantage for WAG and PE Sports, the Vietnamese squads who get to stay at home, enjoy their good food, and have a slight bit of advantage. But in the overall grand scheme of things, yesterday we didn't really see them walk away with a lot of points, but they still managed to get some points at least. WAG scored a single point. PE Sports managed to walk away with a total of 1 for themselves as well. So in the grand scheme of things, it may not be a lot, but it could make a huge difference on the final day when teams are placed pretty close together, because they only have 6 games to get this job done.
Exactly, and that is one thing from yesterday. Who, for the teams who didn't really perform, that was just a warm up, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially for those who are getting ready to have more points starting off the grand finals. But as we introduce the teams right now, WAG, I mean, they did get one booyah from yesterday, but it was not enough. They have been pushed down in there on the 10th spot by the end of the day, and they only grab 1 point. And another team would be Reverse Red, who didn't get anything. Not quite sure what's happening with this team though.
I know exactly what's happening. It is the reverse psychology strategy that Reverse Red is trying to play on everyone, making them think that they are just not ready for the competition. Or it could just be a little bit of a tummy ache that they had yesterday. Either way, we will see if or not they bounce back today, or if it's going to be the same scenario until they give themselves a disadvantage for day number 3, which is going to be tomorrow, Championship Sunday, the grand finals of FFWS SEA, where everybody battles it out from 6 matches. And of course, WAG, the representatives from Vietnam. Let's take a look at their stats. Nothing flashy, but enough to get them into the final week of play, which in itself is a great achievement.
Yeah, I mean, they got 10th place yesterday, and they really need to do more today because, like, same with Tackle Around Stalwart Esports, who really didn't get so much. They have to make do with how they are rotating as well as how they're dropping, because that's where most of the time they falter. But Cyrus right now, as a player that has lead off the team to some of the best victories that they played with a headshot of 1.4. That is currently 27 in the leaderboard and 1.6 on the elimination. It needs to be up a little bit so that they go against toe-to-toe against a team like Onyx Olympus.
Absolutely, man. Average eliminations 5.0, 4.2 on the average assist, 3,309 damage. Onyx Olympus not too far away from the team of PE as well as WAG. The only difference is they are pretty weak when it comes to finding that final circle. In the grand scheme of things, in the top 12, they are the only team with the lowest number of booyah, 1 booyah out of 72 games, which obviously tortured them quite a bit. But when it comes to the eliminations, they can actually hang with some of the best teams out there.
Yeah, especially yesterday, we've seen how well they played this time around, and probably it was just the pressure of being in there in the top 12 from the knockout stages, staying afloat and not really risking anything to go down. But right now, as they are just battling it out to grab those head start points, then why not give it all? And as we go into head-to-head between Cyrus and Gardu, we can see it's evident that Gardu has put in a lot more compared to Cyrus. 1.8 on the elimination, the assist also fair with them, and also the headshot that he had made all throughout the games.
And I think this is the perfect example as to how, even though WAG was overall better in the grand scheme of things in knockout stage compared to Onyx Olympus, but when you really look at the stats, the numbers here, eliminations, you've got some sharpshooters on the side of Onyx Olympus. Once again, they can hang with some of the best teams out there in the gunfights. Their only problem has been analyzing the map, the drop spots, the rotations. Drop spots, they have been able to recover a little bit of momentum in the knockout stage, but what they have not been able to recover from is their unfortunate rotations, looking for the circles. This is a team that's always sacrificed a little bit too early, halfway down, as they're looking for the 3rd, 4th circle, right? If Onyx Olympus can just stay at the very edges and try their very best to spam those R1s, avoid engagements, perhaps they will fare much better in the final week.
But just in case they go into engagement, these are the active skills that they have been looking for and using all throughout. The Tatsuya Rush, or Rebel Rush rather, is a great means of escape and as well as entry. And before rushing in, I mean, you can use a thrill of battle from A124 to disable the skills, as well as a Homer's Shockwave, so that you can have more of those speed reduction. But when we go to the passive skill, Awaken Andrew, as well as Nairi, beefs you up so that you will be a little bit stronger. Not only that, your glue will as well. And of course, the mother of all fortunes, who give you a chance to have all those free fire coins that you can use in every situation.
It's not just about the active passive skills. The pets make a huge difference out there as well. Like I said, teams who are struggling to find the circle like Onyx Olympus should be bringing that R1 in. Information gameplay is key in order to rotate into a compound that you're not going to have to suffer under heavy firepower. You also also can use that R1 to get away from some of those crazy predators out there who are trying to pursue you across the battlefield. Beaston with the extra range for your throwables, and Dreki, who always exposes anybody out there who's patching themselves up. But obviously, nothing can be done out there without the right weapon in your hand. The Trogon has been the master eliminator thus far in FFWS SEA.
Yeah, I mean, switching over to a 3-round burst shotgun and then to a grenade launcher mode, it's like having two weapons in one gun, and that is what Trogon has to offer. If you look at the numbers, it's just so many elimination that has been done by this weapon alone. But we cannot take away the Woodpecker, because the long-range engagement as well as additional armor penetration is something that some of the teams taking advantage of. From long range, they can target anyone, even spot them on, and then later they use the Bison in the CQC.
And this is exactly where all of the action will be breaking down today. Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, all in the exact sequence. But for Game 6, we bring in the randomizer and walk you through one of these 5 maps once again. Whether or not that gives a heavy advantage to one of the squads out there, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, from yesterday, we've seen Kalahari being introduced, but still no surprise. One team, regardless of map, managed to grab a lot of points, and the Booyah has been taken. The first Booyah in the point rush as well has been taken by X-Pan from there. But as we go into Bermuda, the first map of today, we're still looking at the familiar teams, but not quite sure if they can maintain their place right now for reverse red. They had 3 Booyahs right here and 162 on elimination, and they didn't show up from yesterday, so hopefully they got some sleep from today.
Nah, I mean, yeah, man. I mean, they didn't show up yesterday. They showed up, but they didn't show up, if you know what we mean. But, you know, we also have to highlight Buriram. Yes, we did talk about their 4 Booyahs yesterday, but one thing that kind of was not mentioned but has to be brought up is the fact that on the games that they did not get the Booyah, they were in second place. So they almost walked away with 6 back-to-back Booyahs yesterday, just like how they almost became 4-time world champions up till now, right? Those world championships where they did not get the #1 spot, you saw them as that runner-up, which is insane. The consistency out of Buriram is just absolutely mind-blowing. And I just do not know how they improve. Every single time teams catch up, they just take it a few miles ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that is the love of the game. If you love something, you really would know everything, every nook and cranny, especially in how you can position yourself. You can look for the enemies and find ways to get your advantage. And that is probably what Buriram United has to offer and has felt all throughout the game. Even from the interview yesterday, for the 4th time, they keep mentioning that they are not really worried and they are not really minding their opponents. All they have to focus right now is themselves, how to better themselves and position themselves in the best way possible to grab those Booyahs.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, they are looking for exactly that. All other teams are just looking out for themselves, looking to see if or not they can traverse all of these difficult terrains, get to that final circle, walk away the Booyah winners, not to get the championship, because it's just not that stage yet. It's still point rush, baby. You are looking for head start points for tomorrow. As things already are, Buriram has already snatched away the maximum 8 points from day 1 of point rush. Team Falcons, of course, in that second place, so 6 points for them. Onyx Olympus with the 5. But all of the other teams right down below, I mean, 4 points is there, but I don't know if 4 points will make such a huge difference. So these teams really need to hustle a little bit more today, but it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, I mean, 4 points is just an equivalent of hot dropping a team and eliminating them overall, and that's just the beginning of a game. So, and like for those viewers out there, especially for those who are new to this, to the point rush system, what is the point? It's for them to really just get the additional head start point. But as AJ mentioned earlier, it's for them also to practice new things. A week has passed before we started day #1, and then another day has passed, so that for them you can make adjustments, do the homework, and outsmart the team when it comes to D-Day. They will be a little bit better.
And I know it seems like, wait, what? This point rush just makes very little sense because there's so little bit of points, especially when you're not walking away with the top 3 spots. But I would like to bring to everybody's attention, at the end of yesterday, after 6 games, I think about 3 teams had a massive gap between them, which was not going to be making any bit of difference, even if you get 16 points, right? But every other squad, basically 9 other teams, would have been able to at least climb 1 rank with about 3 or 4 placement points, 3 or 4 extra head start points. So it does make a very big difference, because when we go back into Sunday, the points get reset once again. You only get the extra head start. Everything else you need to hustle for. And what's to say what happened yesterday or what's about to happen today is not going to happen again on Sunday.
I mean, there's a huge probability that it will happen. So far, I mean, knockout stages, we've seen so many instances, but that is a huge number of days that we have. 2 days back to back. Let's see if there will be anything different for the teams right now, because we are going to start it off in this day.
Bermuda, baby. As we said, yesterday's Bermuda flight path was another level. But as we set the flight path up for you guys, yes, we may be thinking of some cheeky shenanigans, but I just don't know at what particular match it's going to be sneaking on in, whether it's going to be another chaotic drop at Bermuda, or we'll sneak it and surprise you at Nextera later on. Either way, we promise you great free fire action. Let's hop on into game number 1, baby. Here we go.
I'm literally crossing my fingers right now so that we will be having a rough flight path, but no, Lady Luck says so. I mean, Free Fire is quite good to the teams at this point, as we are seeing them coming from Cape Town towards in between or Observatory as well as Hangar. Team Onyx Olympus has already made their drop, and in those stars, well, with their position in Sentosa, will remain. But the rest of the teams, though, they might be battling in the middle, especially for those who want to take down those top teams from knockout stage as well as yesterday. But Purgatory United will be all alone, and it is all good for them right now.
Attack all around and expand. Seem like they are going to be dancing with each other shortly at Bima Sakti. Barely finished that sentence, and into that action we go. Jump got already tagged up. Not taken out of the equation. Has got a Bison in hand. On for the hunt. Fires. Great position up on top. Crime has got the Scar in hand as well. Axel's going to be the most threatening player with the Car 98 in hand. The capability to engage from that long range. X-Roy in a lot of trouble. Jump God has got his sights on him already. And down he goes. Karoro does manage to spot him. No trades coming through from Expand just yet.
And Karoro just waiting for any visuals that will be coming in from the rest of Expand, as I believe the Axel has been spotted already. Let's see if he'll make this shot. A little bit too risky, though. And there goes the hit, and Crime will be waiting for that opportunity as well. But it's a little bit risky, though, as we are seeing in the horizon 2 players, Jump God as well as Limit, and Jump God just had so much in that game, in the battle against X-Roy, that they will not be risking exposing themselves.
Is a standoff here between Attack All Around and Expand. UAV sent out by Expand. They have managed to scan out the position of 3 players. Poon God was not detected, so it's all going to be in the hands of Fires to flank around the right-hand side and deal with Poon God. That's a 1v1. Karoro and Jump God on their own right-hand side flank from the opposite side. Axel's going to be in a lot of trouble unless he responds quick with a car. In the meantime, Team Falcon spot a flying Legolas, and they can barely scratch him.
And let's see if Cougar will be able to take down a buy high. Only a few HP remaining, and a shot from Peter to knock him down, and the rush will be eliminating him. But as soon as that is over, a buy high will be brought back from the revive, and Crime right now going solo, but managed to take down Kiroro, and is going in against Jump God. A little bit too risky, though. Let's see if he can make it, and he goes down.
Expand out in 12th. And Esports Divine might just face a similar fate as they go up against the ferocious WAG. Home ground advantage, baby. Krillin circles around, but Apex does manage to trade back Cyrus. Has got that backup in G'day. Apex really low on that HP, and WAG just not quick enough for that rotation out of Graveyard into Bullseye to finish the job. Revival comes through as well. Esports Divine back with 4 players. WAG now on standby. They have to make that revival quick. And look at the portal go. One player is already inside. Oh, okay, good day. Up on the roof. Smart play. Dolphin out in the open. No sniper in the hands of Good Day. He's just going to try to spray the vehicle down. The Dolphin gets out in the nick of time.
Good distraction being brought in by Dolphin, and two will be remaining right here, clearing as well as the Ghost. A good chance for a backstab, and it has happened. But G'day managed to get away now. He is being pinched right now. Still has a portal go, though, to go and escape. But as you can see, Aim God just going in for long flank against one of the players. So in the map, we're seeing 2 against 1 that will be happening in a bit, and Ray is leading the charge.
WAG in a lot of trouble here. One player revive. Dolphin on fire from behind, and he gets a double. Buy one, free one on fire. Truly on fire. He just did not expect that, but he will take whatever comes his way. And the R1 used to scan just towards the compound on the left. And Team Falcons also have got information on one player from the side of WAG. Point number 4 could just be on the way. It's either they go for EVOS Divine or WAG, and it looks like neither one is going to be their answer. They rotate straight into Katulistiwa first, and they will be attempting to pick up any points that comes on their way. They are not looking to deviate from their already set rotation path.
Yeah, I mean, probably what prompted them to get away from the engagement or to begin the engagement is because phase 1 of the circle is closing in, and they need to get a good position so that they can take advantage of that later on. But as we can see, we have Indostars right now going against a PE Sports. Out in the open is PE Sports, but only 2 of Indostars is in here. Good portal go has been brought in so that they can have a higher ground advantage. And who else will be in there? None other than Huang An on the snipe.
Wang An, amazing spot right at the very top of the hill. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think I'm... with the Woodpecker.
We have right now in their stars, PE Sports is taking advantage of their high ground position to go against Coach Shield, and Coach Shield is just trying to avoid all those throwables, but really smart for PE Sports right now, not really getting away so far from the compound. They know that they will be using this cover later on and trying to go and make a rotation against Indostars. But Indostars is a team that you don't want to go rushing in, because from yesterday they made a lot of progress in terms of elimination, and that's why they ended up fourth.
PE Sports, it was a good use of the portal go earlier, at least that's what I thought. But Indostars and their reposition made the portal go usage absolutely redundant. So good on Indostars. They have forced PE to waste their resources, and portal go is not a cheap item to purchase. So that is a very big win for Indostars. But will they continue to survive? We'll have to check in with them. WAG, unfortunately, the travel is just still tough for them. The revive players getting instantly taken down, and Ghost once again brings Dolphin back.
Yeah, and Dolphin is the guy who's trying to make a move earlier from when we started the match, and still the Ghost is in here and will be spotted, will be taken down by Peter of Falcon. And earlier, I was thinking that they are making their way into the next phase, but Team Falcons is still being left behind out of blue. So I guess that they are just looking for the other teams that they were hunting earlier, managed to spot a few, thus the elimination that happened, third-partying that engagement.
Want to open a assault bunker for themselves as well, and it's exactly what they'll get. So the walls are going to be slightly easier. You get that glue wall chip. The glue maker has been pretty instrumental in a lot of battles thus far, especially with the buff of Nairi's Ice Iron to give them the extra solid defense on the battlefield, something that Reverse Red might need as they are being pursued by the players of EVOS Divine. Arvod scans out one player, but Reverse Red not waiting on ceremony at all. They quickly get away, and they are not looking to take a fight outside the circle.
Yeah, probably they're just working on survivability at this point. We've seen them so many times from yesterday being taken down, and I guess that or they don't want that to happen at this point. Though Onyx Olympus, though a team who really made the good way from yesterday's point rush. They were in the top 12 or in 12 spot rather on the knockout stage, and they showed up differently. So no pressure at all, especially now that everything has reset from yesterday, and they already gathered the points or a few points that they will need for grand finals. But I don't think they will be stopping there. They will be getting a few more.
Stalwart cannot make a wrong move here. Onyx Olympus at Cape Town. And they obviously have the better defensive spot. Stalwart, on the other hand, just waiting patiently for Circle 3. Just so that they can see the position of Circle number 4 to plan exactly how they're going to rotate around. The engagement that we talked about earlier between the team of Reverse Red and Evos Divine finally breaks out. R1 scans out 3 players. Reverse Red has the information. Now they can continue to gatekeep, but RRQ appears from out of nowhere, and they storm the front of Stalwart. Onyx Olympus hears all of these shots. Easy third party for the Indonesians. Sci-Fi with the Mac 10, but Dust is just going to be spraying all of them down from up top. Ma'al steps in with the Bison as well. Ma'al drops Caramel. Cypher taken by a Bay High, and everything crumbles for Stalwart. This is just something they did not see coming.
I love how RRQ is managing with that boost as well as the bridge as well, but one of them has fallen down. Ma'al needs a little bit of help right now. Beihai healing up, but Du is trying to get away though, but he has received a little bit of damage because of that fall, but still, he is not safe because apart from this team who's wanting them from above, there's a lot of teams surrounding them and he might be taken down. There goes a hit from above from RRQ, and Du is trying to hide away and probably might prompt an engagement from the other side.
Oh,
no,
smart play.
RRQ goes in, Portal go in for the flank.
Yeah, they avoid all of that damage, but of course this opens them up to shots from the side of Onyx Olympus. Kiba watching all of this break down with the Groza in hand, one of the best assault rifles to bring into the battlefield, and Stalwart, unfortunately, thanks to their position and RRQ's sudden appearance, they get taken out in 11th. And Indostars now cutting the distance between them and RRQ. Beautiful with the portal go. Kochil with the Bison. They pile on the pressure. RRQ defensive maneuver to back away from this engagement. Onyx Olympus could take advantage, but they seem to like their defensive spot too much.
Yeah, they love it so much. They stuck in the corner, and in those stars, though, is being stopped right now for that approach. Aiden Deer, the rusher of the team of A-High, has a gun down. Now, Dudes right now will be gunned down as well, up close and personal. And there goes a flag. Will this be a 3 tuts with only a few HP and might be going down as well. And there goes Lean for the backup. That is 4 elimination. And who's up next? Here comes a new challenger.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus finally decides to abandon their defensive spot because they know exactly where Circle 4 is. This is their home ground. They don't need to rotate far away. Smart play by Onyx. Great lead time. And it seems to be the perfect time as well because Indostars just finished off their opponents. Now Onyx Olympus with the advantage. Indostars could not recover. Couldn't patch themselves right back up. And Garu goes in for the pursuit as well. Kochil has done well to get away, but the final survivor of Indostars cannot run away too far. Jack with a great reposition. Grenade does not find the connection. And Kochil's just surviving a tad bit too long. Gardu for the final finisher. And still he's standing on his ground. Drogon, Gardu, the finisher finally comes through. Indostars, valiant effort, but just could not sustain against Onyx.
The hide and seek didn't work for that team, though. Onyx Olympus managed to take them down. But on the other side, Evos Divine is now battling against Buriram United when they were targeted earlier by Reverse Red. So let's see if Funa can manage to get away. Portal Go has been used and tracked onto the other side, and still shots is landing. But into the face of Reverse Red, let's see who will win this battle.
Oh, Buriram just got out of the fire and straight into the mouth of the dragon sitting down right beside its Reverse Red, baby. Looking for a little bit of revenge gameplay here against everybody who ripped points away from them. But I don't think it's in their hands, and they make a tactical retreat. They do not want to deal with teams just yet. They want to look for the next circle. And Buriram will have to continue dealing with Evos Divine. Evos Divine has not given Buriram any breathing space whatsoever. They rotate right beside them, looking for that safe zone first, but it's a very open circle. Barely any defensive cover inside Circle 5. So if you step on in a little bit too early, it's just your glue walls.
Yeah, exactly. Just your glue walls, not so much of cover. That is why a lot of teams just buying the time and before they make it work into the middle of the map. But as we can see right now, WAG, the team who had been in a disadvantage earlier, as now part of the top 17. But behind them, they have PE Sports. Don't cry! We'll be crying because of Cleveland. But there goes the trade. And PE Sports WAG going for the battle region of the same region. Let's see who's going to win.
Great play by LBT here, but a sliver of health. The blue taking him down, and attack all around shows up. And PE Sports out in 7th, all thanks to attack all around, sudden ambush. But attack all around just looking out for themselves. They want this defensive spot. PE and WAG a little bit distracted, but attack all around is going to take full advantage of this. And WAG, it got started by PE. Attack all around finished PE and continued their job to shut down WAG as well. A double victory for attack all around.
Double victory indeed from AAA there. And Bermuda United has been taken out, none other than Onyx Olympus. Great improvement being done by this team overall. 8 elimination. Yesterday they had so much more, and this is a good chance.
Best day of play only being 85 points. Yesterday they managed to pick up 80 points. Onyx Olympus is in form. This is the team that scraped through the top 12. They were dead last in the overall grand scheme of things to qualify for the final week. And look at how they play now. Like the champs, like the pros. A tactical retreat by Gardu and Gary. Jack still maintaining a lot of pressure up front because he's got the Trogon. Purgatory is going to be caught by Kiba. The exact same gun. Just putting on the hurt for all of the attack all around players, but always focusing on the circle. They retreat. Reverse red tags in, and they go for attack all around.
Let's see if they can take down Reverse Red, the only team that is a 4-man strong. Evil's Divine, though, tries to buying time so that they can get for that survival point. But the 4v4 is continuing, and a few players from Onyx Olympus is going down. Reverse Red has awoken, and they are bringing the fire out in this battlefield for day 2 of Point Rush. But it's not yet over. Reverse Red is receiving some damage as well, but 2v3, not so much of a problem for this team.
Yeah, the pickup is there, but unfortunately, Gardu just did not have enough life on him to sustain all of the damage from those grenades. Jack, the final player. They've got the Horizon line on them, but it looks like Reverse Red will finish the job. Esports Divine, one final player up against the 3 from the side of Reverse Red. This has to be a booyah for the Thai squad. A-Backs backing away, Woodpecker in hand. Not enough of rate of fire of this one gun to deal with 3 players at the same time. They swarm him just to put him 6 feet under, and Reverse Red claims the first booyah of the day.
And finally, Reverse Red has been flipped once again, awoken in this battle. Beast is back, and I guess this is a good start for them. They slept yesterday near 0 points, last place from day number 1. I guess they're up to chase down Bermuda United on day number 2.
I'm taking a bet someone had a tummy ache yesterday, bro. That's definitely what happened to Reverse Red, because yesterday they were dead last. I mean, in 6 games, they only walked away with a total of 8 points. Yes, you heard me right. They got 8 points out of 6 games. This one game has outdone their whole 6-game performance yesterday. So, yeah, I think Reverse Red is back.
Yeah, they're back indeed. And again, like from yesterday, I was quite surprised. They were just chasing along the lines of taking that number 1 spot from Bermuda United. Well, until the time that Bermuda United take a huge lead, but there's always there a number 2 spot from knockout stage. Yesterday didn't happen. Might have been, yeah, tummy ache coming from one, if not a few more players from Reverse Red, but they have rested. They have taken all the dose that they need right now, and this is them giving a dose back to their opponent.
Absolutely, and of course, well-deserved for Reverse Red. This is one of those teams that just do not need any head start points, but if they can claim it, they will take it, because you need to use everything in your arsenal in order to take on a team called Buriram. Speaking of which, Buriram this time could not attain the booyah for themselves, nor could they attain a finish on the 2nd spot. They got eliminated pretty early, and you can thank Esports Divine for that.
Oh yeah, it was divine is and they're just waiting it out from where they from where they were targeted by reverse red and then they brought it back to Buriram United. But also a few teams managed to take shots on Buriram United and not quite sure what happened there, but I guess that's only one out of 6 matches. They are not short from backing out just yet. They might be getting a few more similar to what we've seen yesterday.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, big smiles on the faces of the players of Evos Divine. They're just now finding out that they were instrumental in the demolition of Buriram United Esports in that matchup. They just distracted him on the camera shake. that was our heart, okay, when we were watching all of this action, okay. We were just shaking all around the studio because of how crazy the action was today. I mean, a little bit heated up, but I'll say that we still have quite a bit of warming up to do to match up to the performance of yesterday, because those matches were just another level.
Yeah, as we look at the highlights, this is where the back-to-back engagement, the back-to-back wipeout has been done before everyone was able to pull away. And even in this moment of WAGNP Esports, lo and behold, attack around, crossing over from the other side just to take all those advantage into the point, but they risk being spotted as well by the other teams, thus they didn't survive that long. But as you can see, reverse red, they have this set up on the get-go. Onyx Olympus in the low ground, there's no questioning that they might be or they will be taken down. And with that final member, it was just easy peasy for reverse red.
Yeah, easy peasy indeed. And of course, we're looking for reverse red to make a little bit more of adjustments, bring it into their next few games, maintain this sort of a consistency to play that full recovery from yesterday, right? Yes, they took nothing from the first day of Point Rush, but nothing is stopping them from taking away the 8 from today, and they are off to a great start to get that done.
Oh, definitely. I mean, great start indeed. They have the 12 placement point that they need, and depending on the elimination that they got, then they might be topping it off with a 20 plus points. But we'll have to see in a bit on how many has been done. But I love how Onyx Olympus is working this time around. Again, no more pressure of being pushed down like in hanging in the top 12 spot. They are just in here to grab all those points, start it off. But we're going to hear from Reverse Red right now. Probably they can tell us a story of what happened yesterday. So let's bring it over to the interview.
Và chiếc Puya đầu tiên xin phép được gọi tên đội tuyển Reverse Red. Xin được chúc mừng bạn. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Reverse Red Nameless. Thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience, please? ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
ชินเจ้าผมเนมเลสจากริเวอร์เลสครับฝากเชียร์ทีมพวกผมด้วยนะครับ
Hello, I'm Nameless from Reverse Red. Please support us.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Nameless đến từ đội tuyển Reverse Red Thái Lan. Xin hãy ủng hộ chúng mình thật nhiều hơn nhé. Wow, thì chuyện gì đã xảy ra ngày hôm qua vậy? Đây là một câu hỏi mà rất là nhiều người thắc mắc và cũng như là bản thân của mình khi mà chúng ta nằm trong một top đội tuyển ở Thái Lan nhưng mà lại có một cái màn phong độ khá là không tốt. So what happened yesterday though? Like so many people, even me, questioning this as well.
เมื่อวานนี้เกิดอะไรขึ้นคะทำไมผลงานถึงออกมาแบบนั้น
เมื่อวานนี้ก็สื่อสารผิดพลาดกันทั้งทีมเลยครับ
Yesterday we have some miscommunication.
Hôm qua thì chúng mình đã có mắc vài lỗi ở trong phần giao tiếp, thế nên là đã không có thể chơi với nhau một cách hoàn hảo nhất được. Wait, so just only because miscommunicate, so you guys cannot play at all?
หมายถึงว่าเมื่อวานเนี้ยคือเรามีการสื่อสารที่แบบว่าไม่เข้าใจกันก็เลยแบบเล่นไม่ออกเลยเหรอคะ
ใช่ครับ
Yes.
Mình đã phải hỏi lại một lần nữa là chỉ vì không thể giao tiếp với nhau được mà họ không thể chơi được. Thì câu trả lời mình nhận là đúng là như vậy. Thực sự mình rất là hơi thắc mắc một chút. Vậy thì bản thân của mình và cũng như có rất nhiều người có một câu hỏi rằng là có phải là bởi vì các bạn đã đạt được chiếc vé để đến Esports World Cup rồi nên hôm qua rằng việc các bạn chơi như thế nó có phải là cố ý hay không, hay thực sự là một cái mắc lỗi? So a lot of people asking that just because you guys qualify to the Esports World Cup, so that's why you guys play like that for intentionally or really that it is a mistake.
เขาถามว่าคือมีหลายคนนะสงสัยว่าทีมเราอ่ะเข้ารอบ Esports World Cup แล้วเราก็เลยแบบว่าไม่ตั้งใจเล่นหรือว่าจริงๆแล้วแบบมันเกิดการผิดพลาดจากเมื่อวานนี้จริงๆคะ
เกิดการผิดพลาดจากเมื่อวานจริงๆครับพวกเราเต็มที่กันแล้ว
It's really a communication fail yesterday because we are professional and we're trying to do our best every game.
Bởi vì thực sự là chúng mình đã mắc rất là nhiều giao tiếp với nhau, và với tư cách là một đội tuyển chuyên nghiệp thì chúng mình sẽ cố gắng khắc phục cái lỗi này và cố gắng hơn trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không? Và tất nhiên là cho mình hỏi là hôm nay bạn dự đoán rằng là bạn sẽ lấy được bao nhiêu chiếc booyah? Do you have any words you want to send to the viewer, and as well, how many booyahs you will achieve today? Confidently answer me.
ถามว่ามีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ แล้วก็คิดว่าวันเนี้ยจะเอากี่บูยาขอแบบมั่นใจ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราริเวเลสด้วยนะครับ วันนี้ว่าจะเอาสัก7บุยา
Please support at Reverse Red. Today we would like to achieve 7 booyah.
7. Xin hãy ủng hộ chúng mình thật nhiều, và tất nhiên ngày hôm nay chúng mình sẽ giành lấy được đến tận 7 chiếc booyah. Wow, hôm nay chúng ta có số một câu hỏi và một câu trả lời mình nhận được rất là thú vị. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều. Cảm ơn mọi người vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của chúng mình, và mình xin phép được chuyển hướng lại về bàn caster để chúng ta có thể theo dõi các thông số trong trận đấu vừa rồi nhé. Thank you so much for the interview with me. Now, let's head back to the caster and watch the following stats.
See, you guys might not understand what Nameless just said, right? He said he wants to achieve 7 booyahs, and he managed to shock even Yunsol because she's like, there's only 6 games. But the 7th booyah was making her smile. I think that's the first time someone has answered her in a cheeky manner that stumped even Yunsol herself. I think he just won his second booyah of the day.
That's the second already that they have. And well, I guess the confidence they have right now is just in different level. It's a good thing that they took the booyah and the interview as well, because we were wondering even from yesterday, and Yunsol did point it out, what really happened. So miscommunication really can mess it around, not just for one game, but all throughout day one of Point Rush. So let's see if they have done and dealt with that miscommunication, and what else can they do this time for day number 2.
Yeah, I think, his PR person just told him to give that answer. I think it was miscommunication and then a little bit of infighting as well, right? Because I think there's just no way a team like Reverse Red miscommunicates through 6 games. It could have just been, something that happened, and then, they just went down the hill from there onwards. They just could not recover as a squad throughout the whole day. But it doesn't matter, baby, because all that was lost was the ability to pick up points on day 1 of Point Rush. We still have the second day, and Exposy knows that. 5 eliminations through 6 knockdowns, 3 headshots, 1,952 on the damage, rocking the battlefield with Tatsuya and the Bison, walking it around with the R1. He was pretty annoying to deal with for quite a number of players.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, there's so much that we've seen from Exposy, even from that engagement that we just witnessed earlier. But as we look at the rest of the team, followed by Diamond, Nameless, and Saming, double Tatsuya, double A124. So I know just for this combination alone, they are in it for the rush gameplay. So disablement as well as the quickness and mobility that they can go in. And then they have the Awakened Andrew as well for a little bit of buff in terms of armor.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And 3 players bring in Joseph as well, so they're not going to be debuffed out there on the battlefield, which makes Reverse Red a very dangerous team to play around with, because at the moment, one of the meta is debuffing your opponent, making sure you disable them, making sure you slow them down with those homer hits. So Joseph's nutty movement can save you from a lot of those unpredictable moments to make sure you don't be put in a situation where you cannot respond in time, right? And it seems like that is the perfect solution for them to overwhelm the other squads. A total of 8 eliminations between Diamond as well as Exposy, 4 between Nameless and Saming for a total of 12 from the placement. So 24 points for the team of Reverse Red.
Oh, good start indeed for Reverse Red. But going into the elimination leader for that game, we have Kiroro as well that follows suit, also with 5 elimination, as well as Gardu from Onyx Olympus. Peter from Team Falcon, another representative from Onyx Olympus, which is Kiba. Only with this, I am pretty sure that they did so much well in terms of point and as well as how they ended up on the final circle earlier. But let's head over to the key players. We have Cyrus, and we witnessed this earlier that WAG had some trouble. A few of their players has been revived so many times, and Cyrus did 3. And Kororo had 11 headshots, Jack with 12 grenades used, and for the Ghost, I guess 3 of which is Cyrus from the 4 that he had revived.
Yeah, the 4th one was Dolphin, bro. We all saw that. But, you know, great effort by WAG. Through everything, they still managed to pick up a decent number of eliminations. I believe 5 eliminations, and the placement points around 5 or 6. So it wasn't that bad of a round for them, even though they were challenged and tortured quite a little bit as they were trying to look for the circle. The main weapons in this game, Bison, Trogon, Woodpecker, not much changing there. One thing that can perhaps swap around is the position. Maybe the M1887 will make some appearance sometimes, but these are your meta guns, and they're going to stay that way for a while.
Yep, and let's see at the game standing right now. Alec Olympus seconding on to this match where, as you did mention, like 24 points coming from Reverse Red. A good start from them, but Alec Olympus is still on their way from yesterday. They did so well that they ended on 3rd spot, and I think they are aiming for that and even more right now. For Attack All Around, though, that huge surprise flank with the Portal Go made them get more of the elimination, tying it up with Onyx Olympus. Evo's Divine right now only played with more of a placement point. WAG really a balance on a 5-5 with the total points. And as we head over to Purgatory, we're going to find out who else can bring up these numbers that we just witnessed.
Reverse Red has managed to find their recovery, but Stalwart Esports still struggling a little bit to climb the overall leaderboard. Yesterday, they managed to claim a total of 1 point for themselves from Point Rush Day 1 as they finished in 8th spot. Today, they struggle. They have barely managed to pick up any points whatsoever in Bermuda. So Purgatory has to be the bounce back for them, or it will be a struggle to end up in the number 1 spot on the championship Sunday that we are looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we look at the teams, the usual suspect is being spotted as we have Bermuda United with 3 booyahs in this map all throughout, and Team Falcons 1 booyah though, but it didn't stop them from really performing from the knockout stage. So let's see if they can bring themselves back around, similar to what we've seen yesterday, seconding on the spot or the rankings against the number 1 Buriram United. But Attack All Around, well, they did well on the first match. I think they can do well this time around.
Absolutely. I mean, Attack All Around managing to pull away 10 eliminations from the previous match, 7 placement points, solid performance from them. Yesterday, just like Stalwart, we saw Attack All Around kind of lag towards the bottom of the leaderboard. So today is recovery day for everyone, right? Saturday is supposed to be the day of rest for quite a number of these teams. But, you know, if you are in the world of esports, if you're in the world of gaming, weekend is when we really go all out and play, right? So if Attack All Around suffered yesterday, they have to make the best of what they have today in here. And this momentum boost from game number 1 should be able to sustain them for quite a little bit. Let's hop on over to Purgatory and see if or not they can continue this momentum.
Yep, second game of the weekend where the week really ends and the strong is remaining as we go in on Purgatory. Neither heaven or hell can bring them to a stop as the flight will begin. Now, this is where we question ourselves as well as a refire as to what flight path will be offered for the team. Will it be a good one? Will it be a tough one? The only question is, how will you survive?
Purgatory, baby. Bermuda's flight path was kind. Could be kind here as well, but we don't want that. But that's exactly what we'll get. Lumber Mill all the way down, cutting between Crossroads and Mode House. The whole map is going to be open for play. So those hot drops should be unforgivable for these teams, especially if they're already struggling in the competition. And it looks like Team Falcons is going to be controlling the bottom side of this island here, taking over Fire Brigade and Lumber Mill at the same time. Expand has to watch out because the players from the side of Team Falcons see them dropping into Central.
Not only that, we have Onyx Olympus, who has been delayed on the drop, might have spotted them as well, but as you can see, even next to them would be Bermuda United. On the other side, though, we are seeing engagement coming from Indo Stars, and they are battling against RRQ Kazu. So Indo Stars right now will need to move away, loot up quite fast, otherwise they might be taken down.
RRQ got eliminated pretty earlier. We saw the unfortunate engagement between them and Stalwart. They eliminated Stalwart. Then Indostars crashed their party. And I guess RRQ wants a little bit of revenge, but it looks like revenge is just not going their way. Off screen, Indostars will be able to find one player from the side of Reverse Red, but Stalwart, on the other hand, a little bit of an overkill as they eliminate those players.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I just saw one player from that player from PE Sports just punching them around. So that was a 1v2 and overkill indeed. But as you can see, only 2 remains for RQ Kazu. Coach Chill has a good spot on him as he stays in the rooftop. And Legaloth will really need to make this work. But from below, we have Coach Chill right now targeting Legaloth. Bay High is just hiding it out. But there's no way to go down and get away, as well as to try and revive the rest of the teams. But here comes Aleem going in, coming back from the revive fly. Good chance for him to surprise a Bay High, half health, and the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, great peeks. Just micro peeks behind the blue wall, but Legaloth gonna be tagged up through the smoke. 18 just needs a couple of more bullets to find the connection. RGSC, baby! And 18 just managed to get that knockdown, and the finisher on the opposite side from Coachil. Indo Stars clearing house, but RRQ not out of the equation just yet, right?
I think they are. I think
well,
they
one
have
team
been
disappeared.
eliminated. One team has been taken out. But let's go for Reverse Red and Evo's Divine, and Sam Ming did work on him. Not really in the wrong range, but a close encounter. And Diamond is trying to take down Aim God as well. And the feed, we've seen a little bit of action as well against Onyx Olympus, but we are going to get there later on. Aim God has been brought back from the flight as well. 2 eliminations for Reverse Red right now. Evo's Divine needs to make this work, but Ray might be trapped.
Yeah, Reverse Red just proving that that's not just a one-match kind of thing. They want to be consistently good throughout the day, starting off very aggressive. And Evo's Divine, better watch out because they are being pursued. And Exposi finds Ray from the back. Quick elimination, but G'day is still alive. And the Pocket Market hot in action. The revival is pretty fast, but they're soon going to run out of coins if they don't start doing better or peel away from all of this competition.
Yeah, let's see who else will be peeling away or probably rushing in onto the battle. Onyx Olympus, though, they have dealt a little bit of damage and 0 on the elimination, and Jack has been revived as well. And that is why they are staying silent right now, so that they will not be losing that manpower advantage. Stalwart Esports, though, as you did mention earlier, they didn't so much well in that first match. 0 points overall. The first team to be eliminated. I guess they're trying to loot up pretty bad so that they can fight back pretty well later on.
Absolutely. It's all about the looting game. It's all about picking up those coins, making sure you make good use of the vending machine. Get yourself armored up. Level 3 helmet, vest. Very important. And of course, if you can stock up on the med kit as well, I'm very sure you will not regret it down the line later on. Saming forced to bring Diamond back into the equation. Reverse Red already losing 3 players very early, but in the current meta, it really means nothing if you are going to be able to loot up enough of those coins to buy your players back.
Yeah, Diamond has been taken down earlier by Evo's Divine Ray. Abax would be the next target right now, but pistol in hand, what can you do? But nothing at all, just the information of gameplay. And it's a little bit of, I would say, guts to go in for the fight. But here comes the rest of the teams right now. Diamond falls down. Let's see who else will be going down in this battle. Here comes Expose Z right now, the MVP from earlier, trying to prove that he is really the most valuable player.
Yeah, but Evo's Divine now trying to eliminate the players from the side of Reverse Red. Diamond really low on that HP. Just got brought back, has got the secondary in hand. There's just one player down on the side of EVOS Divine. Abex cannot be picked up. He's just way too deep behind enemy lines. Ray just trying to spray them up from the back, trying to make sure Abex is not eliminated. He's just crawling around, waiting for a little bit of backup. The rest of the EVOS Divine players just way too far. Sameng finishes the job off, and EVOS Divine now, slowly but surely, the backup is on the way, but it's just way too slow. As Exposy now drops Ray with a headshot. The rest of the players arrive, but it's too late. They can't do much. Grenade tries his best to run away, but is this too late? Vending machine right in front, 400 coins. He can get the revival. Saming, Woodpecker, one more shot, gets there in time for the revival onto Abax.
Abax is back. G'day will be saying goodbye in a bit because of the pressure that's being brought in by Reverse Red, but that is all worth it. He was able to bring back one of their teammates, and they can recover later on. But as you can see, the fight is not yet over. Saming is being gunned down, but as we switch over onto the other side, Team Expand will be fighting against Onyx Olympus right now. Good flank by Faiz, and there goes a hit against Gardu, unsuspecting from far, and you don't want to be in the crosshairs of this guy.
You most definitely don't. Axel now with the P9. He manages to find Gary. X-Roy from the back, but Axel gets the final chip in to this player. Kiba down on the ground as well. Onyx Olympus absolutely mowed down by Team Expand, out in 11th. But now, Buriram United hears all of these sounds. Expand better get the hell out of there because a bigger predator is on the way to Mount Villa.
Good flank that they're doing. Well, they couldn't really climb up, so they have to go in for the side. But Buriram United is trying to find him, and pretty sure they will be bringing out a little bit of information gameplay with the UIV, and they are doing so right now. Chase will be on, but the damage is being received not only from the gunfight that happened earlier against Expand, but also by the blue. But it's a good rotation, a good long flank, and probably if they are caught, they might take advantage of the elevation that Buriram United has so that they can get all those headshots, but that is easier said than done. X-Roy right now really need to recover, and they are just on edge. I'm not just talking about what they're feeling right now, but also the edge of this cliff.
Well, X-Roy, he ran his mouth yesterday. He wanted to say that they wanted to aim down the players of Buriram United Esports. But now they're turning tails. They're running away. They did not expect to be ambushed by Buriram in this way. I thought it was going to be the hunt down for the drop spot from the side of Expand. X-Roy gets away in the nick of time. Grenade does not manage to find the clip on him, but really low on the HP. Back up, Wasana. Mfuna does manage to take the final shot onto Axel. X-Roy can't get to him in time, and he gets dropped as well. Crime MKS from the back. Moshi already with the portal go on the roof. Expand just can't run away quick enough. Crime hiding away, hoping and praying he's not found, and it will be Fires that follow suit. Crime the final player. It has to be the end for him. Charge Buster on the charge, and Crime does manage to trade out one player, but Funa gets the final elimination. And I think there is no team elimination yet. Axel revived. No idea who did that, but a mighty quick play from the side of Expand.
Well, it's a good thing they got it in time before everything has been lost for Team Expand, but that is a big cookie to bite as they are going against Buriram United, and even the flank didn't work for them. They didn't get away. Attack all around, though. They have 4 eliminations already, and they are still being surrounded by the other teams. UAV release, spotting a few players from Indo Stars, and let's see if that engagement will happen, but they are inside of the next phase of the circle, and I don't think they will be initiating anything else as everyone would be rushing in towards them.
And that's why if you are Expand, you don't poke the bear. The bear is sleeping. The bear just wants to rest. The bear does not have anything to do with anybody else. But of course, now that you've poked the bear, you've unfortunately tickled the bear wants to wake up. And you know when someone wakes you up when you are enjoying a really good sleep? That frustration. Yeah. That's probably going to be the downfall of Expand, poking the bear at the wrong time. But of course, jokes aside, good recovery. I believe it was Crime that managed to get that revival. And they now have one player back in it. I believe Axel is still trying to loot up as many coins as he can find for himself. In the meantime, Abex on the revival spree as well, finally managing to find 400 coins for a revival on his side as well. But in the meantime, Reverse Red now on a skirmish with PE Sports. Portal Go used to send one player in first, but Reverse Red already with the UAV to scan out the other end of this Portal Go. Big brain plays from the Thai squad.
Yeah, and this is what we're doing right now. They are going in for a split, making sure that they can pinch PE Sports. When PE Sports managed to find a compound where Reverse Red is out and open. And as you can see, even from that space below the house, LBT is being spotted and from afar being shot at. Everyone else will be waiting and trying to pick them up, but PE Sports still in trouble as Attack All Around is also in the same compound.
Yeah, Kororo, what a burst forth. The Rebel Rush by Tatsuya brings him straight up against Nero. Jump God will take that elimination, and PE Sports out in 10th, just could not catch a break at all. But now Attack All Around cannot rest on their laurels. Here comes Stalwart Esports right behind them as well. Portal Go used very quickly to get into a smooth defensive spot to not expose themselves. Stalwart on the chase. They do manage to spot out the players of Attack All Around. Ryu has got his eyes on them, but they have to be careful. Poon God as well as Jump God. Very beautiful rotation used here with the portal go from one house into the other. Such a great utility, especially in these final few circles to use.
As you can see right now, Attack All Around grab to rooftop, but Limit is at his limits at the other point. They're targeting Stalwart Esports, but the gunshot's coming from behind. Now, Stalwart Esports has a little bit of advantage, though, because this is a 3v4 situation unless Attack All Around moves in onto the other compound where only 3 is guarding them. But as you can see, we have a Reverse Red really fired up right now. Elimination leader with 12, and the battle is not yet over. We have 9 teams remaining, and they're just heading into the heart of the field.
I think I understand what was the miscommunication between the Reverse Red players. The coach might have said, lay low, don't get very aggressive. And they thought like, oh, okay, all right, don't pick up points today. Because look at them, on fire today. Reverse Red has not taken a break at all. In the stars, evicting the players of EVOS Divine, being forced away, and G'day out in the open gets shut down by Diamond. And EVOS Divine finds the end of their run just like that. Reverse Red looking for that rotation in Sa Ming. Beautiful snipe from across. Drops a player from the side of Stalwart. Team Falcons on the other hand. Big fights across the battlefield.
Team Falcons right now have 14 seconds to deal with Buriram United at this point before the zone closes in. A little bit of nade action coming from the team of Team Falcon. But here comes a rush of Buriram United. But compared to what we've seen from yesterday, they are splitting up. And Amoshi is just leaving behind, making sure the bridge is open for them as an exit. And good strategy though. But the backstab coming from Peter, taking down Funa. And On Fire has been brought down as well. It has been picked up instantaneously. It is now a 3v4 situation.
It's a very smart play coming through from Team Falcons here. One more portal go on the use, and he backs away from this engagement. On Fire wants to follow suit as well. Out in the open, no glue walls to block away the shots from that portal go entrance. And that would be a high price for them to pay as Moshi makes a rotation, just adjusting his angle a little bit to the right. Osana traded out by Cougar, but Cougar dropped as well. 2 players lost on the side of Team Falcons, and they just cannot recover those players that have been lost outside the circle. On Fire and one more remain in here. They can only play for placement points and perhaps nick away the eliminations from other players' drops.
And as you can see right now, as to where in those stars was hiding, here comes the big bad wolf. That is Reverse Red taking them down. And the pickup is being done for the rest of the teammate. 14 eliminations already. And they have this compound and this team to take out. And let's see who will be next. They're very close onto the edge. And they will not be moving unless they're provoked to do so.
Yeah, Reverse Red has got the highest win percentage, or not win percentage, possibility of getting the booyah in this game, all thanks to that beautiful defensive spot that they've made the effort for. They flushed out the team that flushed out EVOS Divine. It was Indostars. Indostars kicked out, and now Reverse Red hold on to this assault bunker. Attack all around out on the outside, dealing with the Stalwart Esports player. Limit on the ground. Finisher comes through as well. Cypher and Stop just popping off, but from that higher ground, Jump God try to shut them down with those grenade lobs. Drogon just can't get the job done just yet. But WAG, unfortunately, off screen, up against the hands of Expand, they perish.
Okay, they go down indeed, and WAG will be walking amongst the god in the lobby for now. Attack all around, though, will not be moving around that much because they're covered up in a glue wall, and we have the zone closing in as we have Expand right now going in against Team Falcons, but the kill has been taken out by Moshi, and there goes Team Falcons being eliminated from this game. But Team Expand still alive and kicking though. All they have to do is wait, but from the side, the battle of Stalwart and the tackle round is not yet over.
Yes, Stalwart wanted to take away the assault bunker from the hands of Reverse Red, but Buriram catches up with them from the back. Portal go laid out by Stalwart. Stalwart probably looking to cross over to the side of Reverse Red, but they can't step in just yet because of the pressure from the side of Buriram. 2 players from the side of Buriram, and look at all the glue wall melters, courtesy of Reverse Red. Try to shut down the players from the side of Stalwart. Caramel down on the ground. No idea who took that shot just yet. One more shot, and Caramel out of the equation. Those grenades is being lobbed in by Reverse Red. Stop does manage to flank around from the left-hand side as Cypher goes down. Nobody manages to play the recovery. Nameless steps on in. Trogon in hand. The circle's going to do the rest of the damage. So that player is going to survive for a little bit longer. Expand approaching this engagement as well to see if they can put a stop to Reverse Red.
A lot of melters being thrown at them so that there will be no defense. But as you can see, Crime already in position in the middle of the map, and the rest of the team is just going for the flank. But Reverse Red rushes in towards Do, and Do just went down. It's a 4v4v2 right now. But United is still on there, but only 2 players, so they need to make work from away of this engagement. But the team Expand a little bit too deep. Diamond in front of them, and Faiz managed to bring him down. Moshi has been spotted as well. 3v3 or 3v4 might be happening later on, and the win percentage is gearing towards the Malaysian team.
Reverse Red slowly circling around, but Expand putting a stop to their rotation, just taking the fight straight up to Reverse Red. 4v3, and here comes X-Roy pushing on in with the Bison. Crime right behind him, and Nameless Exposi. Everybody dropped. Axel can be picked right back up. It's still 4 players strong on the side of Expand, and they walk away with the booyah, ending the day yesterday, starting the day today. Malaysia, explosive beginning.
I guess I understand the point that they're trying to make yesterday when they grabbed that booyah. Where yesterday it was Bermuda United, but right now it was Reverse Red who's taking the lead. So they're just up in there to take down the number 1 spot. And they did right now, though they were in a little bit of pinch. When I say a little bit, it's only 1 guy remaining after a long run in that escape. But good enough, the Axel has been revived. Thus, the booyah has been acquired.
Absolutely. I mean, the play from Expand yesterday on Purgatory was quite painful. Placement points, they only walked away with 3 with 7 eliminations in hand. 10 points from Purgatory is not too bad in the grand scheme of things, but obviously you want to pick up as many booyahs as possible so that you start the grand finals with a decent amount of head start points. And that's exactly what they hustle for this time around. And the players from Expand, this is the kind of consistency that they want to maintain. I have not actually seen them on fire back-to-back before, because usually it's 1 day of high performance, 1 day of disappointment, but Expand is looking to change their own narrative in the world of Free Fire esports.
And definitely, I mean, knockout stage, they are in a comfortable spot, not really in trouble to be pushed and kicked away from the grand finals. And every time they're very, very close, they manage to get back up. So that's a little bit of hint that they can really fight back, just not showing so much of tactics from the knockout stage. But this time, point rush, a lot of points really matter for the head start on the grand finals, and they are doing it well.
And of course, we cannot forget that this is a seeding tournament. There's $300,000 on the line, but the top 8 teams will also get the seeding into the Esports World Cup being held at Riyadh somewhere in this year, right? So this is a great opportunity for the teams to not just make a name for themselves on the Southeast Asian level, but on the world stage once again. And Expand is no stranger to those world stage appearances, but what they are looking for is that constant improvement with what they are able to do out there once they qualify for such tournaments. Initially, they qualified, but they get tortured out there. Now, we see them qualifying with a little bit of noise being made. It's just a matter of time before this team continues to prove themselves on those bigger stages as well, just like what they have done in their local circuit.
And that's one thing, having that experience overall really is something that they need to cherish. They need to make grow so that they can improve and experience what we are seeing right now out of the top teams. They had experienced firsthand how Buriram United, even Reverse Red, even Team Falcons is fighting, and they can learn from that. And that is one reason why they keep improving. And it's just a matter of remaining consistent. But the inconsistency from what we've seen in knockout stage, that was really terrible, I would say. But unless it really matters, I guess that's where they can give it all.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, there were points where Expand almost got the floor wiped with them, especially in this engagement up against Buriram. They had just gotten out of an engagement. They were running, turning tails against Buriram and still managed to survive, all thanks to their Indonesian import, the one and only Crime MKS, a timely revival onto Axel, which later led to a full team revival, to the team getting back into the final circle, walking away with the booyah. Without Crime, that play just wouldn't have happened. But of course, at the end of the day, it is teamwork out of this squad. Look at how tight the grouping is. And this is a whole new squad that they are playing with. Faiz was just a new addition into the team, but he's playing with them as if he's so used to how they move around on the battlefield.
Yeah, I love the position that they're taking as well. They're going for the usual 1-3 split that we often see, and Fai is the ones often on the distance, especially as he is on the snipe. He has a better information along range, and the rest of the team is just going in for the rush, 3-man strong. And that, like the exchange that we saw earlier, is pretty much how we want them to go every time. Like the Reverse Red is doing as well as Buriram United.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I love exactly what the manager is doing with the team of Expand. See, prior to this, these players were just so comfortable with each other, but those roster swaps has really opened up their eyes. But we want to hear from the players themselves as to what they have to say about their booyah. So let's bring the cameras back to Yun Sol.
Team Expand, một chiếc tên mà ngay cả tôi cũng không ngờ đến được. Xin chúc mừng bạn đã có được chiếc booyah trong đấu thứ 2 lần này. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây, đó chính là Team Expand Aesol. Thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience, please?
Boleh saya cakap hello kat audience?
Assalamualaikum and hi. Nama saya DXL dan saya dari tim Expand.
Assalamualaikum and hello to our fans out there. I'm DXL and I'm from Expand team.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là The Aesol đến từ team Expand Malaysia. Không biết là cảm giác của bạn hiện tại là cảm thấy nào khi mà một kết quả rất là bất ngờ, chúng ta vừa giành lấy được chiến thắng ở trong một trận đấu rất là gay cấn với xung quanh toàn là đội tuyển Thái Lan ạ. A very surprising winning for you guys since surrounding everyone was only Thailand teams. How do you feel right now?
Dia macam situasi agak mengejutkan. So sebab korang dikelilingi oleh tim-tim yang kuat. So apa perasaan The Excel sekarang ni?
Perasaan saya sekarang saya sangatlah bangga dan saya tak expect pun yang last tu tim Thailand. Tapi kita cuma just for fun and pantai je.
He feels very proud and is very happy about this winning. They actually doesn't expect this win and but they managed to do it and become victorious.
Bạn ấy đã cảm thấy rất là vui và cũng như là tự hào. Thực sự thì ngay từ đầu Team Expand họ không hề mong đợi là sẽ có được chiến thắng này, nhưng mà họ đã cố gắng và làm được, nên là hiện tại họ cảm thấy rất là vẻ vang. Bởi vì ngay cả bản thân mình cũng không thể tin được là họ giành lấy được chiến thắng này, bởi vì bên cạnh đó là có 3 đội tuyển Thái Lan vô cùng mạnh. Vậy thì không biết là ở trong 3 đội tuyển vừa rồi, DSO đánh giá cao đội tuyển nào ạ? So I was wondering, there was 3 Thailand team, right? So who is the one you rate the highest one?
So ada 3 Thailand team tadi kan. So kau rasa team mana yang paling rating tinggi bagi korang, macam yang paling kuat lah masa tu? Yang tadi tu. Ada 3 Thailand team, mana satu kau rasa paling kuat tadi?
Mana tahu siapa yang Thailand tu? Kita jelas tadi Reverse Red.
Reverse Red.
Yeah, because they are sebab dorang pun tiba-tiba hari ni menyerlah dan tiba-tiba buyah pada first game.
He thinks it's Reverse Red because they give a very good challenge, and also they never expect that they will perform well today. So
Và cái đánh giá rất là cao Reverse Red là bởi vì sau một trận đấu khá là vất vả cho Reverse Red ngày hôm qua thì bạn ấy không nghĩ rằng là hôm nay họ có thể lật ngược thế cờ và quay trở lại một cách mạnh mẽ đến như vậy. Nên thực sự là DS đang đánh giá rất cao Reverse Red hiện tại. Bạn có thể gửi lời đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam đang theo dõi cũng như là các bạn khán giả Malaysia được không ạ? Giống như là một lời bạn muốn nghe đến từ họ chẳng hạn. Can you say something to the Vietnamese audience and as well to Malaysian who has been always supporting you guys and the words you want to listen to?
Kau boleh cakap bagi ucapan dekat peminat-peminat Vietnam dan juga Malaysia di luar sana yang telah memberi korang sokongan sepanjang masa ni.
Kepada fans daripada Vietnam dan juga Malaysia dan juga dari serantau dunia, terima kasih sebab telah support Expand dari awal sehingga kini dan terima kasih tetap support Expand.
He's saying he would like to thank all the fans in Vietnam and also Malaysia and not forgetting all the fans in worldwide for supporting them all this time and continue to support us so we can perform better and become victorious also.
A very sweet word to hear. Bạn ấy xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam, các bạn khán giả Malaysia và đặc biệt hơn nữa là những bạn khán giả quốc tế đang theo dõi FIFA World Series SEA 2024 giải mùa xuân. Vì là nếu như không có các bạn thì chúng mình không thể đứng được ngày hôm nay và có được một chiến thắng vẻ vang và cũng như là xuất phát mạnh mẽ như thế này được. I really happy to listen to that and I hope that you guys having a great time in Vietnam as well. This is the end of our interview, so let's moving back to the caster and following the start is next. Cảm ơn các bạn vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn vừa rồi và chúng ta xin phép được chuyển hướng lại về bàn caster và mời mọi người xem bàn phân tích nhé.
I knew it, AJ. I knew it. Yesterday, it was Buriram United they mentioned because Buriram United is number one. Today, they did mention Reverse Red because Reverse Red is number one. So that's just a pattern that we're seeing right now from a Team Expand. And it's showing up. They are showing up this time around. But the team that they're challenging is not an easy target, though, because even if they didn't get that booyah from the previous match, they did a lot in terms of elimination.
I mean, you've got the bravado to go out there and challenge the biggest team, the best performing team of the day. And that's something that I can definitely respect, right? They don't want to pick on teams that they know they've got a fair fight against. They always want to pick a team that they know are clearly much better than them, because if they can overcome that sort of a challenge, they can overcome anything in the competition. So these boys have their minds set on the right target here. Let's take a look and see. Okay, Fire's MKS, surprisingly the MVP this time around. Latest edition, 5 eliminations, 5 knockdowns. And usually you would not expect Fires to be the one picking up all of these eliminations, but it is good. It is refreshing to see him here, because instead of just being one of those backup players that functions as the sidekick of the squad, everybody now is starting to shine and get the spotlight for themselves, just like what you see on teams like Buriram.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's just a rotation at MVP. The team is just so confident with each and every player that they can do well. And I love this to continue for the team of Expand. But as we can see right now, Crime to get Crime is the only one with A124 right now, and a triple Tatsuya being brought in. But we also have the usual Awaken Andrew as well as Joseph being used by the team. So I guess there's a little bit of hint of aggressiveness coming from Expand right now. Hopefully they can carry on moving forward.
I'm actually surprised that teams are only starting to pick up on Joseph now, right? Because the Joseph buff or the change in what his skill does out there on the battlefield was already buffed quite a while already. But I guess the teams just didn't really buy into that. They wanted to go with a more aggressive approach on the battlefield instead of a defensive approach by bringing Joseph in. But teams like Expand are slowly starting to learn that the debuffs caused by some of those active passive skills on the battlefield is just a little bit too disruptive, especially when you want to focus on those rotations, get away from some hot action. That was a problem with the A124, the homers. So great on the defensive play from them. This seems to be working. I just want to see what other creative maneuvers they walk out here with. But of course, there are other teams that are not looking to go on the defense. Teams like Reverse Red, they are on the offense today. 13 eliminations just between Exposi and Saming. And they're not the only ones here picking up the limelight. Even Diamond joins them in the top 5 elimination leaderboard.
That's already a lot in terms of elimination. But I can see
Oh my God.
It is full. I mean, this is a flush right now. just ecstasy overall. Eliminations, damage, assist, headshot. Like, you're just fighting against one guy, and it seems like he's a complete team.
You just need one more for a bingo. This is the jackpot right here. I'm a millionaire. I mean, Esports was doing everything out there on the battlefield, right? Damage was picking up, assists, it's him, headshots, it's him, eliminations, it's him. So great stuff from Esports. You gotta love it. Props to production for managing to pick up on all of these stats as well and giving him the highlight. Reverse Red had a terrible day yesterday, but who's gonna remember that by the time we end today? Because if Reverse Red keeps this up, we are not gonna forget their run.
Yeah, I ain't forgetting this run right now. And as you can see, Trogon is still the weapon of choice for most of the players, followed by Woodpecker, but MA2B is in here, and I love how it's showing up, especially in long-range engagement. And, well, I might not be surprised if the 5 elimination that we're seeing right now, most of it is coming from Faiz, because he is so good in the snipes and the engagement that we saw earlier.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the M82B finally showing up here as well. Just one of those strong snipers out there on the battlefield, especially when it's used by players like Moshi out there together with a combination of his Iris. It is pretty torturous to deal with them. But Reverse Red, although they do not walk away with the booyah, they still walk away with the #1 spot. 28 massive points picked up. Dude, once again, yesterday, through 6 games, Reverse Red only picked up 8 points. Now, from 2 games, they are already at a total of 52 points. And 52 points was the difference between Falcons and Buriram, who were on that #1 spot yesterday. So this is not a good start. It's a fantastic start for Reverse Red.
Yeah, I mean, Reverse Red probably just dealing or have dealt with that miscommunication, if that is really the case. But they are doing well right now. Looking at the overall standings for today, they take the lead, and you're correct, 52 on the points right now, 31 on the elimination, and they are followed by Attack All Around with 30 points. And it's quite near from Attack All Around up until the rest of the teams from Buriram and Expand and Onyx Olympus not really showing up much in this second game. And even Evo's Divine right now, only 5 in elimination. But as we look in the second page, pretty much very, very close, and RRQ is not doing well together with B Esports.
Yeah, but of course, it's just 2 out of 6 games played. We've got 4 more games to go. 4 more booyahs to aim for. Any of the teams here in the top 12 of FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2024 can walk away with a booyah for themselves. Even Onyx Olympus, the team with the least number of booyahs from the knockout stage, just 1 booyah from 72 games, still are proving that it doesn't matter how our performance was in the knockout stage. We are a different kind of beast when we get into the final week. I mean, great performance yesterday. You know, today, decent performance as well. Once again, 2 games have elapsed. Obviously, it's Battle Royale. It's just a Battle Royale where you hop on in there and you just do not know what fate holds in here for you, right? You need to be ready for every single circumstance, just like Buriram. And I think Onyx still can continue to climb that ladder.
Yeah, I mean, they can climb that ladder right now, especially if they have a few of rest. But speaking of rest, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the battle continues for FFWS. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
I need Day 2 of Point Rush continues here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, your casters for the day. 2 games, shocking. The comeback from reverse red expected, but the rise of Expand just so fun to watch as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love how they played it yesterday, especially in the last game, and I guess it carries over for today. Though, I would say for the first match, they were so unfortunate because they only grabbed a 1 point, but afterwards, they know how to correct their mistake. They grabbed the Booyah and a few more on elimination.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it's all about the recovery gameplay. It's all about stepping up what you can do out there on the battlefield. Game number 1, it was just not a drop that favored them. Attack all around, just a little bit too close to them at Bima Sakti Strip. Really putting a lot of pressure on them. Bermuda was not their game. But it's all about how you recover from situations like that, right? Because most teams, they take a beating in the first game and then they spiral out of control. You see the ego cropping up. You see everybody just blaming each other for why they failed and not really finding ways to get back into the day. But Expand just have proven that their spirit is not going to be broken just because they're taken down once. Let's take a look at the overall standings to really understand where these teams are, how they stand, and how they fare thus far.
Yeah, with reverse red, the first Booyah as well as a lot of elimination from game number 2 adds up to 52 points. And attack all around though, they have 17 elimination, but I would say even if they didn't get top 3 in the first 2 games, they managed to get it to the second and they grab 30. For Bermuda United though, they are being brought down a little bit too early into the game, not even a lot of elimination, but slowly moving up. Won't be surprised by the next match, they will be taking the Booyah, but Expand, as we mentioned, is slowly moving up. 1 Booyah to their name and 12 elimination, a little bit more will be happening.
Once again, this is Point Rush, so at the end of the day, we will retally what points they actually take away from the day. The first spot takes 8 extra points as a head start in the grand finals. Second team takes 6 points. Third place takes 5. 4 points for the 4th spot, 3 points for the 5th spot, and so on, right? You've got 2 points, and then 4 other teams down at the bottom, they only get 1 point. 11th and 10th spot gets absolutely nothing. So whether or not you really want to hustle for this point rush is really up to you, but there's just no use whatsoever not giving it your all, right? Some of the teams, their approach, it seems a little questionable at this moment, Neptune. Today's the day where everybody has to really slog, but it seems like some of the teams are thinking that perhaps if we just chill, if we take a cool approach to the finals, we can just make it all happen on Sunday, which I don't know if I'm a fan of.
Yeah, it's more of giving everything every time. I'm pretty sure that is your mantra at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And that is what the teams, what we're asking for teams as well. No slowing down, even if it means that you might be eliminated or a few of the players will be eliminated early, as long as you can get back up later into the game. Similar to what we've seen in Purgatory from Team Expand, almost being taken out. Only 1 remains. Instantaneously, they got that revival before the 1 guy goes down, and then they get back up and grab that Booyah.
And of course, as we head on into Alpine, the home of Buriram United Esports, it might just be a case where Buriram just does not want to let go of their dominance on this map. They want to make it into a double-digit Booyah for Alpine before we close off Point Rush. That could just be a possibility. Their consistency here is just mind-blowing. I have never seen any other team as dominant as Buriram on Alpine that we have compared to before. Knockout stages alone, they had 8. They added on 1 more yesterday. But it's also a map where Expand performs pretty decently. So it could just be a back-to-back increment in terms of points picked up here by the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case, especially as a lot of hopes is coming from Expand right now. It would really help them, even on the grand finals. Additional points might mean a lot because even as of this moment, and even from yesterday, there's a lot of points in the standing that's almost tied. So that would be the tiebreaker. they would need from the game. But let's head over to the Alpine map right now and let's see where it brings us in terms of the flight path once the battle begins.
Lady Luck has been pretty kind to us. The lady flying the plane has been saying, okay, all you children will be blessed with smiles today. I will not. Oh, I tricked you. I hope that trick comes through in Alpine. I mean, obviously, it's pretty mean of us, but it is just very interesting to see how some of these pro teams handle situations like that, right? Where you are really forced to take multiple early engagements because of how the flight path forces you into, you know, just tough spots. But we've seen games where that flight path... Oh, wait a minute. I told you! Flight path. But, okay, yeah, they should be able to get to places like Garrison and Travel Snowfall. So Alpine is a little kind in that way. But, you know, going back to what I was saying, it is all about how some of these teams handle situations like that. And surprisingly, some of our crazy flight paths have ended up seeing, you know, still many teams surviving within the first, second circle.
Definitely. I mean, it's more of understanding where's the possibility of a drop coming from, especially for like a rough flight path. If you know the direction where the team will be going, you will be able to identify where to avoid them unless you really want to go for the engagement. But speaking of engagement, early engagement coming from Bermuda United right now, Funa managed to take down Raz and 3 remains. Let's see if 18 Deer will still show that aggressiveness in this battlefield. But not only that, a lot of engagement happening all around. And that is just a little bit of skew in terms of the flight path. What more if it is just geared to one side?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. R1 scan. No idea who scanned with the R1, but whoever who used it have identified 3 players within that compound. Reverse Red scans out the player from Onyx Olympus. Onyx not really faring well up against Reverse Red, who've managed to claim 2 lives out of their squad already. And this is a very smart fake coming through from the player on the side of Onyx, running straight and then taking a sharp right. And this could just fake out the players who are in pursuit. Buriram, on the other hand, find the recovery with the revival here as they continue the engagement up against Indostars.
And those stars right now, only 2 on our sites right now who might be battling against the 3 players from Buriram United. But there is still a few hope right now as the UAV has been released. Wasana is being tagged up by 18 Deer. Good distraction for him to pull them away. But I think Elim has been spotted already. And here comes the 3 players from Buriram United. And he goes down from a get high. And 18 Deer, because of what he did earlier, he would be up next, not giving away to that vending machine, and might have been losing this game because of that.
Yep, Kiba has been found as well. This is trouble. But as I speak of Kiba, Jack, it's the revival. All thanks to the pocket market that they have. As long as you've got those free fire coins in your pocket, you should be able to whip out the market. And that revival will mean 2 lives now on the side of Onyx Olympus. Sending out the UAV towards the bridge. They rotate away from Vantage. Expand, on the other hand, avoiding engagement with WAG. And they rotate into Rivermouth. Let's see how this one fares. The team coming off of a fresh booyah from Purgatory.
Yeah, and for attack all around, no one's being spotted so far. And they're just waiting for this bunker to open up. Now, as we can see, there's really no problem for them to wait around, but the movement themselves, it's like at some point, for some of you who's new to watching Free Fire, it might be just all flare, or they're just having fun. No, it's to avoid being shot at, being taking those headshots. That is why they're moving around that way. But speaking of spotting, we have Gardu right now being spotted by Saming, and Gardu unable to hide out, or probably just hid out against Diamond and the other player, but Saming spots him from the side.
Ooh, and now the Sounds dragging an Indonesian squad called RRQ straight into base camp. Reverse Red already pretty comfortable. And RRQ with a high ground advantage. Now Reverse Red does not need to continue the engagement. All they need to do is back away. Nameless though, out in the open. Could just be that sacrificial lamb. Can he be caught? Answers no. Off screen, Team Falcons catching Expand as they eliminate Fires. Exposy pretty close to the players of RRQ, but I can see that right-hand side flank coming on through. RRQ quickly repositioning to get away from trouble. They poked the hornet's nest, and now here comes the response. They just want to avoid getting stung.
Yeah, Mal right now taking a little bit of high ground, and Dutz has been taken down already. Expose being hit and taken out as well, but by high needs a little bit of recovery. Diamond for the rush, only a few HP. Glue wall saves him, and he heals up. Same goes for Mal right now, but he backs away. Will he survive? Only a few HP and still slowly recovering. But Diamond is a little bit beefed up right now. Legolas had no choice to get away with a vehicle.
Yeah, smart play by Legolas. He just says that this is a wasted cause. There's just no way we can go back in there for the recovery. He backs away, finds a vending machine, but attack all around has heard the sounds of those vehicles, and they are going in for the finisher. But a full squad revival comes through for RRQ, and looks like Legolas will have to take this sacrifice.
Yeah, he has been taken down though, and Poon got from afar, and Keroro finishing him off. But it has been done. The task is done. 3 of the players will be coming back. Let's see on how they will work it out. For Expando, 1 has been taken down. It is X-Roy, and it is essential that they bring him back being the MVP from when they grabbed that Booyah earlier, as well as now that they don't have any points just yet.
UAV from PE. They scan out Gardu, but that UAV is also going to pick up the scans on the players off of Reverse Red. But very swiftly taken out of the skies. Reverse Red retaliate with a couple of bullets to the UAV. And PE, they will look to put an end to the Onyx player here. And Reverse Red not staying to play with them. They look for a defensive spot within the next safe zone first.
Yeah, I mean, a smart move for Reverse Red, prioritizing on the circle and then probably gatekeeping them afterwards. A good plan indeed for Reverse Red. It's not that they are not confident on going in against PE Sports, but they just want to have a better advantage in terms of position. But as you can see, they back away, attack all around, just gunning them down, and Ming has been taken out. Nero from above, hearing everything that's happening. The pinch might be done by this team, but Reverse Red is not out of the woods just yet. Though Nameless has been brought down, only 1 remains, and it might be trouble for this team in red.
An attack all around, quickly ambush the player on the outside. Wang An was setting up a flank from the long range, and the players from the side of attack all around, they sniff out the flanker, and they eliminate him first with their portal goal. The rest of the players on the side of PE Sports now can choose to engage in a 3v3. LBT finds limit down on the ground. Poon got taken out as well. Great retaliation by PE Sports, and this is an equalizer from PE. Attack all around does not need to re-engage, but the portal goal that they laid out to take Wang An could just be their downfall.
LBT able to close against the opponent and just going in for the rush. But as we go over on the other side, we are seeing a little bit of a presence from Onyx Olympus Gary as well as Evo's Divine. But here comes the attack from PE Sports. Even Wang Han and the Pistols going for the battle. 1v3 situation against Keroro. Jump God has nothing to do about it, and he is on the ground. Keroro goes down. Good chance for Wang Han to loot up.
Wow, this is just a beautiful turnaround from PE Sports. It's fantastic how they played that against attack all around. Initially just biding their time, waiting for attack all around to finish off the players of Reverse Red. And when that reversal was played by attack all around to shut down Wang An, they quickly laid out their own portal goal to attack the rest of the players and then circle back around to just finish the remainder of attack all around. But revival came through in the nick of time. So the Thai squad will still survive for the time being, unless, of course, the revive player gets caught in a bit. In the meantime, Evo's Divine finding their brothers, breaking out yet another civil war between the Indonesian players and Kiba, just nicked by the woodpecker from afar.
Check right now, trying to hide away, but no, he will be put in a box, and he will be called Check in a Box. 2 elimination already for Evo's Divine, and that is what happened in the Horizon earlier, as we were looking at PE Sports as well as attack all around. But it is not yet over. We still have a few more that might be coming back right now, but as you can see in the feed, battles is happening between Onyx Olympus as well as Reverse Red, and WAG will be introduced as well.
Let's see what the Vietnamese squad does. And here comes Jack in the Box.
I was waiting for that since day one.
I know. I heard the glee in your voice. Very high. Takes a mate in hand. And yet another civil war. Esports Divine, quick rotation around. Portal go. 3. The Indonesians reunite, but I don't think this is a reunion they're going to appreciate. Usually people come across each other, they get together to celebrate, but this one is to annihilate. You want to pick up those points. That's on the ground. Here comes Stalwart, and Thailand crashes the party. Nobody knows what's happening out here. Chaotic. Multiple players, multiple squads out in the open. Bay High gets away. Good glue wall to find the recovery. Ma'al M1014 does not find the trade, and Abe makes one mistake. Gets sprayed down by Cypher's Bison.
That is the confidence in Sci-Fi that we're seeing right now. Even alone, he goes against 2, and that is only with the help and the backup of the teammates, knowing that, understanding that they will be following him suit. And as we can see, for elimination already for Stalwart Esports. For Indo Stars, though, they have lost the aggressiveness that we've seen from day number 1, and they are now playing it for the placement, and later on we might be seeing them go for the slave. With WAG, the same story might be happening, and Onyx Olympus is their target. Only 1 remains for this team as they go for the hunt.
I mean, dude, Onyx has been alive for so long. Okay, and they're still alive. Good revival. No teams want to get eliminated so early this time round, but Team Falcons up against Buriram. One has to get out right here, right now. Portal goes around so the escape can be made if the player is just sleeky enough. Get high, backs away. M1887 being pursued by 2 players. Fights the connection, but gets sprayed down by Peter. Back up from Wasana and Funa. On fire, Cougar traded out, but the other players are just a tad bit too far. Get high needs to be saved. Funa almost there, but Moshi is lost to all of the crossfires from Peter's side.
They are playing outside of blue right now. They need to cross over, but it's only Team Falcons who's stopping them to do so. Wasana trying to get away, Mini Uzi in hand, inhaler action to recover some HP. And I've seen how these teams play. These players play it out, trying to cross over and break the ankles of Falcons. But here comes the rest of the team to help out. And Bermuda United has just baited Team Falcons for this engagement.
Wasana single-handedly keeping them distracted. Cougar down on the ground, all thanks to Moshi's backup. And just like that, Buriram overwhelmed Team Falcons. Cougar almost being picked up. Wasana going for the backstab. And the players managed to back away. And the finisher, Team Falcons eliminated. Thankfully not in 12s, but it makes no difference. 11th spot. And what a play. What a recovery by Buriram.
And it wasn't just Wasana. Even Get High is trying to get away, dance around 4 or 3 players from Team Falcons. And that is just how slick and slippery this team is. And probably one reason why they always and most of the time end up as that Booyah taker. So that is just a glimpse of what we might be seeing more in Bermuda United, similar to what we've seen in knockout stage. But as we have right now, they jump into the battle against Evo's Divine, who's taking the compound, but unsuspectingly, a few of the players already surrounding them.
Yeah, very interesting position held here by Buriram. Attack all around made that recovery, but unfortunately, they're getting caught outside. The circle doing the initial damage. The rest of the players trying to gatekeep attack all around from getting in towards that next safe zone. Circle's moving already. Buriram on high ground. Portal go to reposition, but Stalwart spots them. And Mady 2B managing to penetrate through all those glue walls, but there is the cover from the natural building itself out here in the open, so Buriram don't really have to worry much, but what they do have to worry about is the impending blue that forces them directly towards Stalwart and their compound.
I love how Stalwart Esports often work with this rooftop gameplay, especially with Du going in, and there goes Lee being taken down by Du. The man himself, the sniper, Monkey Du, Monkey sees, and he takes them down.
Good day, Andre. Recovery here. And he was Divine right back in there, but I've got from afar, Du hits a double. No elimination just yet. Gray getting tagged up as well. And Du just forcing them to use up all of their medkits early. So if they get forced into a medkit play with the end, I don't think we're going to get to see Evo's Divine unless, of course, they do manage to snuff out either Indostars or Expand right after this and loot them up before getting to the final circle.
Good anticipation if that is the case, but as you can see right now, a lot of reds in the map, and RRQ will be taken down. The compounds will be saving some of the teams right here before the zone closes, but PE Sports might have a good plan to go in for the flank, but they might be seeing the sights and the bullets of Adu as he is still in the rooftop and no one can take him down. And those stars right now still the passive approach trying to reach that final circle, but it was led away from them, and let's see if they can find it later on.
Xpeng just pulled off the most unthinkable maneuver. They ran outside the circle, used somebody else's portal go to get onto the roof of Buriram's compound. This is big play coming through from the Malaysian squad. In the meantime, reverse red taken out of the equation already. What will Xpeng do with this blessing of a spot? They get to gatekeep many teams. Aim guard down by Crime and his grenade. Doesn't even need to go in for the follow-up, but EVOS Divine are camping at a vending machine, so those revivals are pretty easy. Back in here with a full squad.
But United being hunted by D-Axel right now, a little bit too cheeky, a little bit too bold for him. Well, let's see if the rest of the team can back him up. Two players on the rooftop. Signal has been delayed at the moment. He guts in for the teleportation, being taken down by Stalwart Esports. And that is what you have to receive if you stay out and open. Only D-Axel remaining. A pickup still waiting. And Bermuda United, the team that he's targeting, is still out of sight.
Yeah, man, Xpeng just got outplayed by PE Sports, who were just at the right place at the right time. But Axel looking for one more elimination. But now, bro, you are stuck in there. There's glue balls all around him. Xpeng in a lot of trouble. Axel's going to get tagged up by the circle. 15 seconds more for it to move, but just chaos out here. 19 players out there on the open battlefield, but so little room for them to maneuver around. Xpeng out in 7. We still have 6 teams left.
And WAG still battling PE Sports, battle that we saw earlier, and Civil War. Let's see who wins. WAG 2 down already, and they're both trying to survive together. Will heal up, but no, that will be the loss of him. Dolphin remains, no water to swim, and let's see if he can win that battle. But 5 teams remaining. Evo's Divine is the one who gets that 6, and Buriram United is still alive despite of losing Funa, and they have a lot of elimination to boot, and they are still in a safe space.
Yeah, honestly, easy pickings here for Buriram. They should be able to overwhelm any of the teams that are currently in the final circle, except Stalwart. They do have a great vantage point right up at the top. Bird's eye view. Of course, they will be the first one who's forced to move when the circle starts to move shortly, but they will be able to play a lot of pressure against Buriram, but they're not taking advantage. They toss a couple of grenades towards Buriram. They're not going in for the shots just yet. The glue walls on the side of Buriram keeping them on the defense, keeping them safe for the time being, and very slowly they circle around all of those defenses.
And this is not like what we've seen from Buriram United. Oftentimes, they go in for the rush a little too quick in the movement, and they're staying around. And probably it's a threat of Stalwart Esports and Rooftop that's stopping them to do so. And PE Sports will be the target right now. They are hiding out on the monster truck, and Caramel has been brought down. So only 1 remains for Stalwart Esports, and the rest of the teams are dealing with 3. But Wasana goes down.
Oh, but Indostars now using that high ground advantage that they have, and they play it up against PE Sports. But LBT with a very smart clue wall. But now the circle's going to be tagging up LBT. He does have the mini Uzi in hand. Get high, can't get to the players of Indostars just yet. Now Indostars going to be pressured by the circle, but they do have a slight advantage. PE dead in the middle. Get high gets in, but get high gets taken down. Moshi now outside the circle. He can't survive much, and he starts patching himself right back up. Indostars will find the final spot of the circle. LBT can't get in there. Looks like Indonesia won't be able to out now. Down on the ground.
No.
PE, it's Vietnam. Nero walks away with a booyah for the squad.
Really feeding for his name. He is Nero, the only one who survived. And PE Sports home court, home ground advantage. That is what they have right now. Even after they battle against WAG, when we saw that earlier, they also lost engagement, but they know how to survive and even get away from the side of Stalwart Esports. And that was just pure skills that we've seen, knowing that it won't end up for Indostars, thus they didn't take that platform.
I mean, it was just beautiful in terms of a play out of Indostars. They had a good read on the circle, and it was advantageous to them. PE Sports down at the bottom. They just had a big brain gameplay moment of their own as well. They knew that PE had all of this Indostars had all of this advantage. LBT was outside the circle. By the time we got a spot onto Nero once again, he had already whipped out that Trogon and he was shutting down the players on the side of IDS. The circle did the rest of the job for them, and PE make Vietnam proud once again. Home ground advantage? Hell yeah. If there's a week you really want to perform, it's the final week, baby. And here we are.
I love how it's turning out. I mean, for first two matches of this day, PE Sports has been brought down a little bit too early, but this time they managed to survive, grab that booyah, additional 12 points for them. But how high will this bring them on? As we saw earlier, we have Reverse Red, who was taken down a little bit early as well, and even Expand, who grabbed the booyah from the second match, is really couldn't find their way in that final circle. Thus, a lot of potential for the other teams to grab that booyah, and PE Sports does that.
Yeah, impressive also to see Expand make it into this circle, and it was, of course, unfortunate that there were so many other teams that they got taken out in the 7th spot, even though they survived for so long. But it was a valiant effort from them, right?
Yeah.
But the chaos of Stalwart and how they managed to play that high ground advantage was pretty beautiful as well. They were learning from all of those rotations that they saw Expand make, and they were thinking, wait a minute, that seems like a great spot. I want to be there. They played that pressure. Expand got overwhelmed, and thanks to the portal goal, Stalwart was able to get up on top, play that advantage for a little bit. But what you cannot say for sure is, where will the circle move? Where does that center point of that circle end up at the very end? And, you know, that one is just a game of guess play at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, even Bermuda United, who often find that as their saving grace twice from yesterday, that didn't work for them. But Moshi, I mean, I love how Moshi tried to move, hide away from the rest of the team who's battling. It's just unfortunate that PE Sports just went out and tried to hunt a few more. Probably with all the chaos, they understood, they know that there will be someone right there, and that's where he has been found. But in those stars, though they have the higher ground advantage, didn't work for them. Just that little corner, just that little spot that PE Sports has, that saved them from being taken out by Blue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm just wondering what Nero had on him, right? Of course, he had his Nairi, he had the Awaken Andrew, he had the A124, and I don't know how Nero ended up doing it, because I believe LBT and Don't Cry did manage to knock down those players. And yeah, I think it all came through eliminations, because what happened towards the very end was, and I actually have to really dig down in my brain, right? Because it was a situation where the circle was definitely on the side of EVOS Divine. So if it was only up to the circle, PE Sports would have lost. But clearly PE did manage to, this was that part. Clearly PE managed to chip in a couple of bullets. Don't Cry, LBT, backed away. Ah, there you go. So LBT did manage to get the hit onto 18 Deer.
Yeah.
And then the rest of them just got eliminated by the circle. Beautiful play from PE Sports. Not luck at all. They made that effort and they made it play, even though the advantage was totally on the side of Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a similar approach from what we've seen from Bermuda United. One has prioritized on healing as well as staying alive, and the rest are just like going in, taking advantage, taking the HP of the opponent. And we saw that in the final moment. Like, he's not even bothering of the Indostars players who's roaming around. LBT has that role, and all he has to do is heal up, make sure that he survive and grab that booyah.
Yeah, it was a very smart play from PE. Indostars, on the other hand, I don't know what the deal was, because they could have very easily brought up 2, maybe 3 glue walls to block out those final few shots from PE Sports, because those were the winning shots. It was not a clear knock and elimination. They just chipped in some damage. Circle did the rest of the work, and then Nero continued to heal himself up. It was that perfect teamwork that got PE the booyah, and of course this opportunity to be interviewed by Yun Sol as well. So without further ado, let's take the camera, throw it back to her on the stage in Vietnam.
And give it up for PE Sports. Congratulations on your very first booyah in the second day of this match. Right next to me is P Esports LBT. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Và đó chính là P Esports. Họ đã rất là xuất sắc trong việc giành lấy chiếc booyah này. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là P Esports LBT. Không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người ạ.
Hello everyone. Then, a very first simple questions. After a day, you guys have been kind of like difficulties. How do you feel right now when you finally having your first booyah? Sau một ngày thi đấu khá là khó khăn, thì không biết là các bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi mình đã giành lấy được chiếc booyah đầu tiên vậy ạ?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui.
Sau 2 trận gãy, bọn em sốc tinh thần lại và đạt được một cú booyah rất là may mắn, vui.
Thật sự rất là tốt. After very intensified matches, we have been broke down for 2 matches, and now we are rising up again, and then we are here having our first booyah, and this is what we deserve. Do you think that in the previous match, who is the MVP to you in your team? Thì ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi, đối với LBT thì ai chính là MVP ở trong đội của bạn vậy ạ?
Em nghĩ là anh Bình ạ.
Anh Bình.
Don't cry.
Don't cry. Tại sao lại là don't cry ạ?
Dạ, anh ấy với em phối hợp khá là tốt.
To him, Don't Cry, PE Don't Cry is his MVP because they have a very good chemistry so that they can fight and having good communication during the game. And that's why he is the MVP inside LPT. So tomorrow is the finals day. Can you make sure that you having that one ticket to go to the Esports World Cup? Thì ngày mai chúng ta cũng sẽ đến ngày chung kết rất là quan trọng rồi. LVT và cả P Esports có tự tin rằng là chúng ta sẽ lấy được tấm vé để đi Esports World Cup không ạ?
Dạ, bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức ạ.
We will try our best to get that ticket. Do you have any words you want to send to the viewers and also to the P Esports family as well? LVT có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam đang theo dõi cũng như là cả đại gia đình P Esports không ạ?
Dạ, mọi người hãy tin tưởng bọn em sẽ đạt thành tích cao nhất có thể.
Please continue support and believe in us. We will try our best to bring the highest ranking for you. Thank you for following our interview. This is the end. Let's head back to the caster and following the stats. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn vừa rồi của LVT. Và ngay bây giờ xin phép mời các bạn quay trở lại với bạn caster và chúng ta sẽ xem bài phân tích nhé.
There you have it, PE Sports, a team who really has evolved something else. But what I want to see right now from PE Sports is for them to like shorten the warming up process, because from the knockout stage, like it took them 3 weeks before they move up to 8th place, and even that they have been brought down to 10th place by the end of the knockout. So by today, yes, it took them 2 match to be able to grab that booyah, but the only question is, will they be moving up still or will they be brought down?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question, right? But we also have to acknowledge that on week 6, it was their best week of performance, getting a total of 166 points to make that mad dash, to make sure they do keep their spot in the top 12. This was a team that managed to perform when all of the weight of the world weighed down on their shoulders, right? Because they knew that if they did not do it, they don't get to perform on their own home ground. So they brought out the hustle, but that's what concerns me, that they only perform when there's just no other choice left in the bucket whatsoever. Clearly, they are a team that's very capable, but they are holding themselves back. I want to see PE Sports unleash their brutal side on the rest of the teams out there and really make a play for Sunday. This is a good start for that.
Yeah, good start indeed, and hopefully it moves up overall. LBT is our MVP with 7 elimination, and he has brought in the Steffi together with the usual character in play. He did have 7 elimination overall and 26-36 on the damage, but with the help of Nero with 3, Don't Cry with 4, and Wangan with 2. I guess the prediction that was shown in the interview was turned down. It was LBT who grabbed him for himself.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, massive stuff here. They do have a decent number of eliminations to really climb the leaderboard to pick up a lot of points from this day 2 of Point Rush. But the elimination leaders will be led by Moshi through 7 eliminations, equalizing with LBT. Funa shows up for the side of Buriram as well for the 5 eliminations. Ray and Diamond both take a tie of 4 and 5 with 4 eliminations.
As we can see right now, I mean, Buriram United still showing up, and no surprise that they will be moving up, especially after 2 matches. They maintain on a similar spot, and they have a good chance right now to probably take over the number 1 once again against Reverse Red. But key players of the game, with Moshi with 7 elimination and damage being dealt by Du, especially with his position in the rooftop, even like the tight corners of windows that we saw earlier in the battlefield. Du has that shot, and with Glirin with 6 grenades used, not quite sure how many with elimination, but Nero 8 on the headshot. This guy is the one who took that booyah to its land.
Sharpshooter for sure. Woodpecker this time rising to the occasion alongside the AWM. Lots of long-range engagements that managed to get those eliminations this time round. The Bison chipping in for a total of 8 as well. I'm very sure the Strogons were used. Just not as many of the number of points picked up using that gun this time round. A little bit of a change sometimes is refreshing to see.
Yeah, refreshing to see indeed. As we can see, we have the game standings. PE Sports grabbed the number 1 spot, 28 total points with a placement point and 16 elimination, beating Buriram United by 2. And Buriram United really did a lot. They really did a number against all of the teams right now, 17 elimination, and same goes with Stalwart Esports. So I guess for Buriram United and Stalwart Esports, they're only moving to the same ways that they have, but we need to see more from those who need to catch up, especially to those who need those head start point by the end of the day.
Wow, PE just made a mad jump, bro. They were barely in the top 10 earlier on, and now they've just made it into the 3rd spot. If we can see perhaps just a couple of top 3 finishes from them, maybe even another booyah from this sort of adrenaline pumping through their veins, the momentum picked up from this game 3, we could see them walk away with a minimum of 5 points by the end of the day. But this race is not going to be easy. The recovery from the Thai squads, this is exactly what we're seeing out there. Attack all around and Stalwart doing much better than yesterday. And of course, what can we say about Reverse Red? The difference is definitely astounding.
Yeah, I mean, the difference was pretty much from yesterday. That was not the usual Reverse Red that we see. We question even the host, like Yunsul questioning, even the viewers is questioning it. But Reverse Red, this is their usual way, and it's just about time for them to show up. The only question that we have right now is we have 3 different teams who grabbed the booyah. Will this be a different for Alpine, or... Yeah, I mean, it really shows Buriram United really wants this one.
I mean, obviously, Buriram has been wanting even... Dude, I mean, Buriram just let go a booyah at their best map, all right? So, Alpine, 9 booyahs for them. They did not achieve it. What is there to guarantee Buriram walks away with this on Kalahari? Because it's all about who brings out the best hustle out there, who Lady Luck smiles at, and who makes the best decisions in that given short span of time, right? Because you really cannot tell exactly what randomness brings to you in each and every single one of these Free Fire games, which is what makes all of the multiple consistent achievements from the side of Buriram so impressive. Because even through all of that randomness, they brought in unbelievable consistency, but even they can lose sight of what's important in just one small moment of wrong decision making. If you stay 1 second too long and another team shows up, even Buriram gets wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that how they play with time every time they go in for an engagement. If I'm mistaken, around 20 seconds, if they don't take down the enemies, they go in for a different approach. They move closer to the next phase of the circle, and it just didn't happen that time. Let's see if that happens this time, as we are going into a hot, sandy area of Kalahari. The desert sands will be heating up the already on fire teams in this Point Rush Day 2.
A map dominated by Thailand. Well, at least 4 teams from Thailand. Team Falcons not doing too great on Kalahari in the overall grand scheme of things. And surprisingly, even today, Team Falcons not doing too great from the first 3 games. 17 points accumulated across the first 3 matches. At the moment, they are struggling. They have to make a difference, but this not being their best map just makes it a little bit more tougher on the squad.
Yeah, it really is tough, but I guess it won't be that tough, especially as we have a good flight path right now. Everyone has a good chance to go in for the drop that they're expecting. The only thing that might be different would be them being hot dropped by a different team. As we can see, the sub right now being taken by Team Expand, and WAG will just be dropping a little bit longer, which is Mammoth. So no hot drops happening just yet from what we're seeing from the first few teams, unless we have Indo Stars and Attack All Around goes into the shrine. And I guess that is where we're going to focus right now. Indo Stars Raz might be one of the player who goes in, tries to turn around and focus more on where he can get the Free Fire coins. But on the other side, we have Onyx Olympus as well as a Team Expand going for the battle. Both of them has lost one player. Let's see who will be able to recover. Kens, though, has been brought back in as X-Roy will be taken out. Not quite sure if this can change the ways of Expand right now.
A rough start, but recovery is not impossible. The rest of the players have already managed to back away. There's a vending machine right in front of them, pocket market in hand as well. So no reason why Expand can't bounce right back. Attack All Around up against Indostars on the other hand, loses Jump God as well. This is not going the way of the Thai squad. Knocked down onto the ground, Coach Hill barely looking back. They are just going for the full-on wipeout. Poongod, the final player. It's a maze, but it's just a matter of time before he gets caught. Coach Hill right around the corner, and the finishing blow. Attack All Around out in 12th. My, oh my. They were doing fine until that point, but a little unfortunate with the start at Kalahari.
And this is one team that I was quite surprised, not even taking top 3 in most of engagement this day, but they are doing well in the points. But that has been denied right now by Indo Stars. But as you can see, PE Sports has also been introduced in this Battlefield LBT, really not suspecting that there will be a few players in here coming from Indonesia. But speaking of Indonesia, another team, Civil War might begin. RRQ, Kazo hearing gunshots and going in for the hit. And there goes 18 Deer from the hands of PE Sports.
And like what PE Sports showed us earlier, one decent performance can allow you to leapfrog over multiple squads at one go. And that is the situation on the overall leaderboard. Even if you're in the 10th spot, if you get the booyah, you can be in the top 3. And it's all about the consistency from then on. PE already have scored theirs. And they've taken the first shot up against Indostars. They cannot make a mistake here because RRQ just so close to them. PE loses one, and it is RRQ that has managed to find Don't Cry. LBD is going to be sacrificed by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see right now, Coach Hill is being hunted, and LBT managed to take him down, but it took them so much of time, and RQ managed to get close. Now, as we move in, LBT is just trapped in this compound, and there's a temple as he is surrounded by RRQ right now. Let's see on how he'll be able to defend himself, but I don't think he will survive.
Yep. No survival for Mr. LBT as RRQ gets the advantage there. Revival, recovery, still a possibility as I speak of it. Nero works on it. LBT brought back. Team Falcons, on the other hand, this team really needs to hustle for points. Currently sitting in 11th. 11th means no points from Point Rush. And obviously, Falcons do not want that as they are one of the power squads that will be looking for the championship when we reach tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing the same Falcons that we've seen from knockout stage, even from yesterday. And let's see if they can change the momentum favoring them. But Evo's Divine right now, just free up on where they drop as well as where they're rotating. No pressure overall. G'day just jumping his life away as of the moment as the zone will be closing in. But PE Sports will be flying in and Bayfront, but there is quite pretty much no information for Evo's Divine right now, so I guess he can survive and wait for the teammates.
3 eliminations in for Expand. Axel, the perpetrator, that did get traded out earlier, but very quick recovery from the squad. Onyx Olympus currently sitting in 10th, 19 points from 3 games. They definitely need to be a little bit more careful as they circle around looking for that safe spot. Put it on flying into the sub. This has to be something that Expand should have seen coming already a long time ago. Get High spots 1, Fies MKS, and the Woodpecker does not get the job done. Get High still does have an angle to work around with. The lob of the grenade is going to meet no players. As Expand continues the rotation around using the terrain to their advantage. Portal go for a quick reposition. And now they can set up the other end of the portal go just to wait to ambush the players of Buriram that follow suit. But Buriram too smart for that play. They back away off screen. Team Falcons means RRQ, and RRQ getting trashed.
Yeah, they are being taken down one at a time, Peter, right now on this side, as some of the players from Falcons going in from the other. And Evo's Divine right now don't know where to look in this corner. That one more is taking, and they are just confused. They need to get into safety, and they did so moving in. But the Stan has taken them, and knowing that they are three players in there as information, they will be rushed in. But they will rush. We have Onyx Olympus right now going against Expand, and 2 goes down, Vice and Kens as well.
Smart play. Onyx picks up the second one, but Crime very quick on that revival. Axel eliminated already, but Crime keeping the squad in the game as he backs away, hits that revive, and now will have to sacrifice himself. Jack misses the jump, taking the players up on top, but Crime reveals his position and quickly goes in for the reposition as well. And Jack left a little bit confused. Ice Grenade does manage to get the tag. Kiba with the M1887 will not get the job done just yet. Crime really low on that HP. And Garu finally catches up with him. And the Trogon does the job. Expand loses their savior, but there is still that revive player that can buy them a lifeline.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a pattern right here every time Kens. I'm not saying that Kens is not doing well, but every time Roy leaves the play, they are not doing that well. So that is something that they need to work on. But Peter right now is working on getting so much of elimination together with the rest of the team. They already have 8, and they have taken down another squad, and they take that elimination leader.
I see exactly what Expand's manager is doing here with the roster of the squad. Every time she puts Kens in, X-Roy is just getting heated outside the battlefield. He sees what his team is doing wrong. He comes back in, he helps Axel, and they walk away with the booyah. I mean, it's sacrificing one game for the jump right back into the race for the top in the next. This is a very risky maneuver by the manager of Expand, but if it works, baby. I can't wait to see exactly where that drops them by the end of the day.
Yeah, let's see. And the RRQ right now is also doing not quite good in this battle. Hopefully this is where they are turning things around. Overall, for the first 3 maps, they only grab 10 points, currently in 12. That is one reason as well why they are being passive at this point. And those stars, though, passiveness is not their nature. Even in the final moment, they try to go in for the rush, even if they risk that booyah or not taking that booyah. But I guess that's who they are. They grab a few more points in elimination, and they became a threat for everything who goes against them.
We were talking about how imperative it is for Team Falcons to find that recovery. 8 eliminations already. They lead this lobby. Reverse Red, on the other hand, caught with their pants down by PE Sports, who have a perfect vantage point above them. Nameless absolutely squashed, but Sa Ming from quite a way manages to bring the quick revival in. Sa Ming spotted out already. Narrow PE going in for the chase. Exposy biding his time. Hides behind, reveals his position a little bit too early. Narrow does not nail the jump, and now he catches Exposy out on the outside. Mag 7 in the hands of Narrow, and Wang An from up top. M82B, the penetration through the glue wall, takes Exposy out. Sa Ming the final player. Let's see if Reverse Red survives this.
UAV has been released to spot the final player, but I don't think he has been spotted. And with a time that has been bought for him, Reverse Red still survive. For Stalwart Esports, though, they're trying to get back to the top and the higher ground. They might be able to spot Sa Ming, and this is very crucial right now for Reverse Red not to be taken. But no, he has been seen. He has been shot and almost going down. Let's see if Zoo can do it.
He did! But the revival onto Diamond was there. But he can spot Diamond out. Looking for the opportune moment. Diamond, do you even have enough money for a portal? Go to save yourself at this point. I don't think so. The man disappears behind the blue. And Stalwart do not get to gatekeep reverse red. The blessing here is it's only circle 3. So as long as Diamond finds medkits, he's going to be safe as he makes a much longer rotation around to find the next circle.
Yeah, I mean, that is a risky move for Versa Red right now, but hopefully they can survive. Onyx Olympus, though, trying to get close to the next phase of the circle, but who is against them is Bermuda United, who have already taken the tower. Wasana on the other side for a little bit of information if anyone gets close, and Moshi from afar, a very, very viable position for them for survivability, as well as for them to get some advantage against the other team who's going in for this camp. Now, Onyx Olympus needs to position themselves a little bit better and get away from harm, but Wasana will be moving up as well, so it's 3 man in the tower already.
I mean, dude, you've got a 4-man snipe setup on the side of Buriram. Everybody's got a woodpecker. Are you kidding me? Buriram is going to try to annihilate everyone from a long range. And of course, they've got the secondary as well. It's probably a shotgun to bust your head open if you do manage to get into an engagement up close and personal. But Team Falcons from afar managing to drop 2 players. Make that 3 from the side of Expand. Faiz, the final player. Onyx Olympus in the compound right beside them as well. Faiz going in for that quick patch up first as the rest of his team members get eliminated. No vending machine around him. Faiz is in a pickle.
Yeah, pickle indeed. And Onyx Olympus is just waiting for him to show his presence. But the elimination that came in against Expand is courtesy of PE Sports, who've taken that refinery platforms, and Nero is just waiting for them as well. With a UAV being released, they spot a 1, but Team Falcons right now will be moving in for the hunt, and Onyx Olympus will be target, but Faiz has been spotted and taken down on 10 will be their place, despite of Jack being taken down. The recovery is done.
So it looks like X-Roy is gonna explode in the next game. Man's heated up. And we'll see if or not the theory of Jaein will come to fruition and be proven in a little bit. PE Sports, great advantage against the rest of the squads here. Not only do they find a spot in the next safe zone, they camp above a vending machine. So if all things go wrong, Wang An can just spend some money and get the recovery for PE. And that high ground advantage that they play up in here with Kalahari is obviously going to give them a lot of points. Peter circles around. PE is going to stay out of the equation for the time being, but Team Falcons are not avoiding engagement. They catch the players of Onyx. Jack on the ground, and they just try to play this one slow because Jack and squad are just barricading them outside of their own compound.
I mean, Onyx Olympus right now has played it safe. Let's see if Kiba and Gary can fight back as Team Falcons just hopping around, and they get into the compound. Windows open, and there you go, on fire. Throws in the melters to open it a little bit more, but they are still surviving, not going down just yet, and they are spending so much of the resources in this battle.
A lot of resources, but if that can get them a squad elimination here before they move on into the next save, so this is going to be big for Team Falcons, because don't forget, there can also be the loot off of Onyx Olympus that beefs them up before the next battle, but they cannot spend too much of time. Here comes the blue, and this one's gonna hurt if it tags you up, baby, and of course leave you like a sitting duck open for the shot from the other squads. One more from up top. He wants to get that vantage point up against Gary. Gary spotted out, but he doesn't have an angle to work around with. He can go in for the jump, does exactly that. With the sniper, clips his leg. Gary's still alive. One more M82B. Gets the first shot, gets the second. The third connection not just there. And the one final shot to get him done in, and one more. Sorted out finally. A little too long, but the job is still completed. Onyx Olympus eliminated.
Through the wall, but that cost a little bit more for the side of Team Falcons. RRQ was targeting them little by little in that engagement. PE Sports, the Wangan is still hanging on, and RRQ Kazu has replaced the position of PE Sports. So PE Sports has been taken down, and that is courtesy of Stop. But before that happened, it was RRQ who was gunning them down, and they have a better position of compared to what we've seen for Stalwart Esports. Everyone on the platform, but the highest would be RRQ, but they managed to go down with the portal goal, leaving one behind.
Oh, dude, I so miss the refinery finisher. We have not spotted a gameplay like this for quite a while now in the pro scene, as far as the region is concerned, and finally we get a taste of it. This is one of the most difficult circles to complete your play on Kalahari. In the past, it used to be even more difficult because you could not buy the hook gun. Currently, everybody would have been blessed with that capability, and it's pretty cheap in the vending machine as well. WAG using one elevation, but Team Falcons, the ones with the vantage point against them. They take the shots from the right-hand side, spotting the feet. One more with those shots. M82B pelting those players, as well as Reverse Red exits in 7.
And RQ right now doing a number on those stars. And Stalwart Esports are getting on like Team Falcons. And back right after fire. Do making do. Cypher has been taken down though by the hands of RRQ. But Falcons has felt the ravage of Stalwart Esports. Now they need to switch attention. Cypher is up and just recovering, but they need to move because the circle will be closing in a bit.
Dew is so effective with the iris on the play, allows you to tag that player up as well as damage them behind the glue walls. You don't even have the M82B, but your sniper acts like an M82B. It's a huge win if you are Dew. Team Falcons finally eliminated. No booyah for them, but massive number of eliminations. I'm sure they'll make a leapfrog up towards the top. But now, Cypher and team with the risky play, but the hook gun saves them from the fall. Damn it, Cypher! Almost putting a huge dent in Buriram's run, but just not able to get the final pump before bringing up his own glue wall.
Yeah, I mean, 4 players from Bermuda United managed to survive that surprise jump, and they are here to bring more. Only 5 elimination, but there's a potential to grab a few as they go in for rush against Cypher. Glue wall saves him. Go in for a rotate. Wasana tries to heal up, and here comes the rest of Bermuda United, and they go down one at a time. Only 1 remains for Stalwart Esports. Where is he right now?
6 eliminations strong, Team Buriram. But 5 eliminations out there available on the battlefield. Can they pick every single one up? WAG 4-man strong as well. They're going to be the biggest competition for Buriram for this booyah. Can the Vietnamese squad make their nation proud? Just waiting for the opportune moment. A maze of glue walls have been built up already. It could just go down to the medkits on the play. Stalwart still alive with 1 final player. Circle will be on the side of WAG. And they build up more barricades. WAG just conquering this circle here. But Abe makes it in. Buriram, Funa, he jumps in alongside, get high as well. And WAG, they all get wiped out. Buriram, the Predators, they make that comeback with a booyah.
It doesn't matter if you stop us with the glue wall. We know how to hop around and beat you to it. They manage with elimination, not even playing with the healing gameplay anymore, because we've seen that being done so many times, twice to be exact, from yesterday's game.
Dude, the hook gun made the biggest of difference. Yes, in the other maps, you can build up multiple glue walls and block players away from you. Hope and pray they don't have those grenades and the capability to lob it across a short distance. But what they did not foresee is the hook gun jump over the glue wall. And Buriram just said, peekaboo, baby. Thank you for the booyah.
Oh, yes, indeed. Buriram United, another magical show being brought to us by Buriram United Esports. I mean, this is 1 out of 3, I would say. 1 out of 3 finishes that really wowed us, also the viewers out there, and it's something that we are not expecting. Even WAJ, we're not expecting that, but only Buriram United can pull it off so swiftly, so beautifully, just like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic booyah for sure. Game number 4, Buriram missed it on Alpine, but they said, hey, excuse me, there's a reason why we are the top Apex Predator. We are the very best on Kalahari, and they made that known once again, picking up yet another flawless booyah. And it seems like the 9-point difference between Buriram and Reverse Red is obviously going to be closed with this fantastic display of aggression from the Thai champs. Reverse Red, on the other hand, kind of bowed down and out of this particular map a little bit too early. So the possibility of Buriram overtaking them for the #1 spot should be there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure if communication issues is happening once again for the side of Reverse Red, because that was the story from yesterday, and it's looking it was looking like the same right now. So, Buriram United though,
What are you trash talking them, Nep?
no, not. I mean, we're just using their story to justify how they're losing right now.
But true enough, man. Reverse Red. But obviously, even though they're not, having those miscoms, it's it's a random roulette out there in a game of Battle Royale. You really have to manage a lot of these, huge range of potential situations out there, and you just can never predict what's going to happen. Recently, it has been a situation where you have to make sure that you've got enough medkits, but that could also indicate that there can be another patch coming up very soon to force players away from that sort of finishes in some of these matches, right? Because we've seen them a couple of too many times already. And I'm very sure who is on the game dev side, they're constantly on the lookout as to how to make this a tad bit more interesting and challenging for the players out there. And those patches are going to come through. But in the meantime, everybody's going to be stacking up those medkits.
Yeah, I mean, they're stacking up those medkits. And I think with that final situation, because there's a little bit of ceasefire that happened, and Buriram United understood that happened before.
Yeah.
Then they can just play it a different way. Instead of playing it with the meds, wherein WAG already set up themselves, where they protected everyone or pulled up all those glue walls to prevent everyone from stepping in. But Illuminati said, okay, you play that way, we'll play a different one. We have so much of resourcefulness and adaptability that they can pull this out of the box.
And that's exactly what PE Sports did to Indostars in the previous match as well. Indostars thought, okay, you know what, the circle's coming, I'm going to just patch myself up with the medkit. And then PE took a couple of shots against them, and the circle did the rest of the job. Buriram choosing to do the exact same thing as well, and look at the smiles on their faces when they hit that booyah, right? It's like, gotcha. And then business, back to business for them. Serious boys. They know that they really have to hustle because they're not in the #1 spot just yet. But after that game, I think they've guaranteed that for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they backed off, but they know how to get back up, and they just understand how to make that happen either way. And we really want to hear what's the mindset right now, because they didn't start off that hot right here, but it's showing up that they have a chance to grab that #1 once again. So let's bring it over to the interview for Buriram United.
Chào mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Chúng ta vừa kết thúc một trận đấu vô cùng kịch tính và gay cấn. Và tất nhiên là chiến thắng đã nghiêng về cho phía bên đội tuyển Buriram United Esports. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là VRU Wasana. Thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến bạn khán giả được không ạ? Congratulations on your this booyah. So, can you say hello to the audience, please?
ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมบุรีรัมย์วาสนาครับเจอกันอีกแล้วนะครับ
Hello guys, I'm Buriram Wasana. Now I'm here again.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Wasana đến từ đội tuyển Buriram United Esports và một lần nữa mình lại ở trên đây rồi. Vậy thì mình khá là thắc mắc là không biết là Wasana và cũng như là Buriram của chúng ta đã chiến thắng quá là nhiều lần rồi. Các bạn có cảm thấy như là nhàm chán với cái việc này không ạ? Hay là bạn vẫn rất là thích? So I was wondering, you guys have been achieved a lot of booyah and then interview a lot as well. Are you guys getting bored with it or just still excited like the first time?
เนื่องจากเราได้บูย่าหลายครั้งแล้วก็ขึ้นมาสัมภาษณ์หลายครั้งแล้วตอนนี้คือรู้สึกไงแบบว่ารู้สึกชินแล้วหรือยัง
ชินตั้งนานแล้วครับ
I'm quite used to it.
Họ đã rất là quen với cái việc đấy rồi và mình nghĩ rằng chắc là cảm giác vẫn sẽ như ngay từ lúc đầu thôi. Đến với cái pha cuối cùng ban nãy ở trong trận đấu thì ban nãy chúng ta có một cái pha ball nó khá là gay cấn, thì không biết là lúc đấy Wasana đã phối hợp với ai, đã phối hợp nhiều nhất với ai để chúng ta có thể giành lấy được chiến thắng dễ dàng đến như vậy ạ? So in the previous match, at the end of the game, it was really intense. So I'm gonna ask, who did Wasana teamwork with much to achieve that booyah?
เนื่องจากช็อตเมื่อกี้ตอนช็อตสุดท้ายอะค่อนข้างแบบตึงเครียด อยากรู้ว่าตอนช่วงสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราสื่อสารกับใครมากที่สุดในทีม
ก็สื่อสารทุกคนครับ เน้นทีมเวิร์กแล้วก็รู้ว่าตัวเองต้องทำอะไรกัน
We discuss with everybody in the team. We just have the teamwork and everybody know well what they have to do.
Vậy là Wasana không hề có làm teamwork với bất kỳ một cá nhân nào cả, mà bọn họ đã bàn với nhau rất là kỹ. Nếu như có xảy ra về cái tình huống này thì họ sẽ biết rằng bản thân mình cần phải làm gì và cần phải làm ra sao ở trong cái tình huống đấy, và họ đã làm rất là tốt. Wasana có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam cũng như là các bạn khán giả Thái Lan khi ngày mai đã là trận chung kết rồi không ạ? Do you have any words you want to send to the Vietnamese viewer and as well Thailand viewer since tomorrow is our finals day?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวเวียดนามแล้วก็แฟนๆชาวไทยไหมคะ เพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นวันไฟนอลแล้ว
ก็สำหรับแฟนๆชาวเวียดนามก็มาดูพวกผมเยอะๆนะครับ แล้วก็แฟนๆชาวไทยก็พรุ่งนี้ผมจะเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
For Vietnamese fans, please support us too. And for Thai fans, tomorrow I will bring the champion for you guys.
Với các bạn viewer của Việt Nam, mình mong là các bạn vẫn sẽ luôn ủng hộ chúng mình. Và tất nhiên là với các bạn Thái Lan, ngày mai chắc chắn chúng mình sẽ mang chức vô địch về dành cho các bạn. Thank you so much for this interview and let's head back to the caster and waiting for our stats. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn vừa rồi, và ngay bây giờ chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với bạn caster và bắt đầu xem thông số phân tích nhé.
I love how Bermuda United is working right now. It's like clockwork. They know how to do things their own, not really having to depend on one to tell them what to do. And it just shows every time they grab the booyah. It's unsuspecting, but again, they play it to a T wherein it might not be planned, but they know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a designated in-game leader, but every single team member of Buriram United is a leader in their own accord, right? We've talked about this so many times where they can all manage situations all on their own. They can all be depended on. You look at Expand, a team that, you know, is a little bit up and down. You do have those designated team revivers or survivors that usually do go ahead and win that battle back for the team. But if you look at Buriram, anybody is capable of pulling that off. And of course, speaking of anybody, Get High, one of them as well. Least number of eliminations throughout the whole ranks of the active roster of Buriram right now, minus Jonah. But even though that is the case, it does not make him any less easier to deal with out there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he has brought in a lot of potential. Like, not even, probably not the elimination, but the assist that they've done, even the rotation that he did in most of the cases. And like, no surprise that everyone, the rotation will be happening through all of the players. Double A124 brought in by both Get High and Funa in this game. And only Wasana with a Tatsuya and an Iris being brought in by Moshi. And you did point out why the Iris is a good character to use in this gameplay, but as you can see right now, Get High getting most of that elimination as well as damage. And from how it looked earlier, there's really no need to put so much pressure on the other teams because they have a good chance on getting that as towards the end.
Yeah, and Buriram is a team that knows it's so crazy because Buriram's a team that knows how to guarantee a booyah for themselves. All they need to do is lay low in the grass like a slithering snake and strike when the opportune moment arrives. And that's exactly what they did. So in terms of those flashy eliminations, probably we don't see that. But how many teams can guarantee themselves the finisher at that number one spot? Not many at all, right? And obviously, based on what we were conversing about earlier on, they were not too far away from reverse red. So getting that, yes, beautiful in terms of the attempt as well as the execution. But dude, Ma'al and Koskyu look like cousins.
And they do. I mean, cousins.
Different
it's a good thing it's a good thing that you mentioned cousins because brothers might be different because of hair.
Exactly. Yeah, cousins is still a possibility, you know.
Cousins possibility indeed. I mean, I just love how this is working out for the other teams as well, being featured as the key players, and they did do so much well. It's not just Buriram United hogging the spotlight.
Yes.
Even from that final moment, there's a lot of great potential that has been brought in, and even on the weaponry, it's the usual suspect. I was surprised though with the Bison because I was expecting it's a woodpecker domination and probably another like AWM. We've seen that so many times earlier as well, but I guess they know how to go back to where they really perform well.
Absolutely correct, right? And it does depend a little bit on luck as well as to who finds what gun first. And if you've already got something fancy that can be used in the battlefield, obviously you're not going to be throwing it away. You're just going to run with it as much as possible. Bison just happened to be that gun this time around. RRQ managing to leapfrog into the #1 spot, even though they ended up in second place with a total of 14 eliminations, 23 points. They overtake Buriram, a very soft and slow Buriram this time round. Buriram did manage to get the booyah, but just because of the 10 eliminations, they end up there. Falcons, on the other hand, we talked about how they should be able to leapfrog up to the top, but not enough because the placement points, just 6 that they collect this time, could not help them jump over Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the overall standings right now, Buriram United, no surprise there that they will be taking #1 spot. Reverse Red and second, very close. If in case they they make do with what they did earlier from the first few matches, they might be able to catch up. PE Sports though maintain their position as well as it can have a good chance, especially if they can get a few more points similar to what we've seen them do in the Alpine map.
Yeah, that's great for them. And of course, Falcons managing to jump from the 11th spot up to 5th over Expand is a great push for Team Falcons. They've been struggling throughout the day as we started off in the first 3 games. This is their recovery gameplay. Can they remain with this consistency? Obviously, the team would be hoping for that, but it would concern teams like PE Sports. They know how close teams like Falcon, Stalwart, as well as Expand are to them. They might be losing their spot in the next game if they don't get to the final circle. But they do have 5 minutes to re-strategize how they are going to be approaching Nextera Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see how they are going to prepare with the limited time that they have. And hopefully they do so because we want to see more. So when we return, we'll go see the remaining 2 matches after the break.
the final 2 games of day 2 of Point Rush. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, your casters for the day. And my goodness me, bro, 2 more games. And then, yes, we get to see who gets the head start points and all. But then finally, we skip over to tomorrow and it's grand finals day. 6 games will decide who the champion is, who walks away with $100,000. I most definitely cannot wait to see that, but we have to get today done first.
Yeah, we need to finish off with the remaining 2 matches that we have. But one thing that we are expecting so far is the team who grabbed that #1 spot from yesterday have taken it back once again. Bermuda United. We're going to see the scores once again in a bit, as they are now 8-point lead ahead from Reverse Red, who we thought would be so dominant that they can take that #1 spot all throughout the day. But Bermuda United said, no, we're still on this #1.
Absolutely. And of course, there may be a lot of movements here because, as you can see, it's just 1 day of play. So anything can happen with one solid game. You can even potentially see a team like Indostars from 7th jump into replace Reverse Red if they can find a massive game in the next one. But of course, these are, not a every match occurrence, right? These are very very rare occurrences, and not every single team is able to pull off like 35-40 pointer matches like what some of these Thai teams can do. But it can never hurt to try. Or at the same time, you could just go for consistency, 2 back-to-back games. If you can pick up around 15 points on average, 30 points should still put you in around the top 5 range if you are a team like Indostars.
Yeah, Indostars really had been so aggressive, but it risked them of losing out in some of the matches. But as we go into Nextera right now, the leaders of this, coming from data on the knockout stage, Bermuda United, Falcons, as well as Team Expand. So Expand can move up a little bit because the difference between them and Team Falcons is only 1. And to add up the ones above them, which is Stalwart Esports, it's quite easy for them to reach that #4 spot in a bit. So we're going to find out, or let's say #3 spot, if in case they really do well.
Yeah, I mean, it is very surprising to see Expand hang in the top 3 of Nextera because it is a map where they most definitely have put in a lot of effort thus far, right? But the biggest question here is, Neptune, on whether or not they're going to be able to bring in the consistency that we have seen in here thus far. They do have a booyah in hand at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I think it was just a rest for X-Roy, and as you did mention, it might be a good chance to warm him up. Fight back once they go in on to Nextera. So let's see if that is the case right now. But I'm really excited on how the remaining 2 matches, as well as which map will be brought in that game #6.
I mean, I most definitely am looking forward to that as well. But we have to see if or not Nextera can be ripped away from some of these teams who are in desperate need of those head start points. Because yes, it may seem like very few points. I have questioned Point Rush in the past as well. But I have seen Point Rush make that slight difference. And, sometimes you just need a slight nudge in the overall grand scheme of things, right? That you wish you had on a stage like the world stage or the finals of the Southeast Asian stage. And that's exactly what Point Rush will give to you.
Yeah, that will be the motivation that they have right now. Let's see if they'll be able to refresh everything up in this game. So let's see if that is something that they can do as we hit the a few minutes of rest they will need to pick up with everything, the mistakes that they've done, to the homework that they've done earlier before the start of the game, and hopefully this is fruitful for them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as we await for this next match to kick off, we're just going to make sure the players' devices are all intact. Nobody's having any disconnection issues. Before we hop on into the next game, everybody needs to be on their A game. Everybody needs to make sure they do not make any mistakes out there whatsoever. In order to catch up to a team like Buriram, you have to make sure you bring your A game every single moment possible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a game, and we're not just talking about the AAA that Attack All Around is in here. A game that Buriram United has brought in from the knockout stage from day one of the Point Rush, as well as what we are seeing from them right here. And I won't be surprised if Buriram United might be taking the remaining few matches, because I'm sure they're itching to grab a few more of the booyahs, because they've done that so many times. Why stop here?
Absolutely, man. And of course, as we await this next game, Neptune, I hate to do this, but at the same time, I love to do this. Do you have a prediction for me, man? Do you think Buriram's going to be able to keep this #1 spot, or are we going to see Reverse Red really step it up, kick it into high gear, or get a shocker? Maybe a team that's not one of these two get the #1 spot by the end of the day.
I think Reverse Red will try their best right now to grab that #1 spot back, because they have been lost from yesterday. They want to take it away, but I don't think Buriram United will make it easy for them to take it back. Expando, they might be able to grab a few more, but #1 spot a little bit too far though.
A little bit too far indeed. PE Sports 30 points behind that #1 spot, and the 30 points needs to be gained over whatever Reverse Red and Buriram can pick up within the next 2 games. So that's going to be an uphill task, unless of course we see a back-to-back booyah for Vietnam, baby. Let's hop on into Nextera. As we cut through the map, it's gonna be a pretty decent flight path in down the middle, opening up the whole Nextera map up for play.
Yeah, Deca Square to Intellect Center, and we know some of the teams real love that Intellect Center. Hot drops has been happening in there, and it has been a back and forth for the teams who made that their favorite. But as you can see, we have the Stalwart Esports going Deca Square, PE Sports already on Mudtide, and let's see if who else will be in a battle. Onyx Olympus as well as Attack All Around in the same spot as Plazeria. Early engagement, early takedown. Let's see who takes the win.
Onyx Olympus already with the 1 loss up against down. Attack All Around. Hot was going to do much better today. They finished in the 9th spot. Currently, they're in the 8th spot, so not a very big difference.
What difference can be done right now as Onyx Olympus? Well, they did so much of a stride from the earlier day of the Point Rush, but right now it is them being pushed down. They did well in game #1, 0 points in Purgatory, even a few, like only 1 point in Alpine. They are now just starting to pick up once again, and it is just aggressiveness of the other team who's stopping them from doing so. And that is Attack All Around. Limit from afar was able to go in for a takedown against one player. This is Gary, but Joel will be taking down the new name that we have on the roster, and Guardian going in the game. Attack Around will be taking them all about.
One mistake, and of course, Limit, the game changer, got the knock, got the revival, and instantly put them in the advantage. Esports Divine, on the other hand, have showed up at the very right time, but they do not take advantage. They give a lot of room for recovery for Attack All Around. And of course, those medkits are going to be used. The players have been looted up already. Onyx Olympus and the items picked up now belong to Attack All Around. If Esports Divine goes in for a Callous Strike, it most definitely can backfire.
See on how they are going to strike and hunt them down, and they are slowing down right now. Probably it's because of G'day being damaged as well, and Bara will be introduced, but Keroro right now not really healing up, only a few HP, but they missed the jump, they missed the turn. It has been taken by Attack All Around, and Ray right now is a little bit too far though from the engagement, probably trying to play it safe, but who have decided on them? It is a do from above, and the snipes, Spoon God goes down.
What a headshot, bro. No room at all for Attack All Around to recover off of that shot. But of course, Pocket Market will fix that problem. The revival comes back through. But Keroro is lost to Esports Divine. Attack All Around being snuffed out from 2 angles. And they can barely get away. Portal Gold can perhaps save their lives. They do have a little bit of money after that engagement with Onyx Olympus. Question is, have they already wasted their coins? Or can they buy their way out of this sticky situation?
Right now, still making sure that our Esports has information and also pressuring the other teams, which is Evo's Divine, with attack all around, still in trouble, was able to get away, if I'm mistaken, and let's see if they'll be able to revive their teammates. Limit though, spotted, gun down, but on the other side, Stalwart Esports Do is being taken out and distracted by G'day.
The Trip Mine is the MVP. No elimination though. Caramel, Stalwart. You manage the quick engagement and elimination. G'day is going to buy the man back first before joining the rest of his team members. Reverse Red joining the party. Attack all around, just can't seem to get away. Diamando, as he tries to find Limit. Saming gets the rotation. Limit gets away. Diamond spots him out. Nameless goes in for the finisher and finds it for himself. But Limit out, and Poongod did manage a revival. And so therefore, attack all around is not going to be snuffed out anytime soon just yet. This engagement leads Reverse Red to their next contender, Evo's Divine.
Evo's Divine trying to get in and get away, but Coach Chill takes down the ghost. No getting away. Not quite sure if the other guy was spotted already. But Liam tries to go in, loots up. Cyrus is just on the bridge, and Liam sees him, shuts him, and will not be able to go in for the push. Really quick reposition right now. Make sure he have a good angle, but there are two players from WAG.
Buriram United, silent predators, and they are the most dangerous kind. You never know when they're going to strike. In the Stars, on the other hand, they make a lot of noise as they arrive, and even after they leave, they're still making that noise. 2 eliminations already at the expense of WAG, and Buriram finally picking up those points as well. Evo's Divine and attack all around falling prey to them, and Funa going in for yet another. Question is, where is the attack all around player? Down at the bottom or right up on top?
Oh, Funa really needs to pull up some info, and there you go. WAG, though, brings back one of their teammates. UAV will help some players as well in those stars who managed to take down a few of WAG in that engagement. Sees one from above would be Expose, but with a side, that is the best way to go in for a parachute, going sideways, back and forth, trying to stop to be anticipated, and Expose missed those shots.
I mean, whoever that was some great parachuting skills. Clearly didn't bring Falco, but he brought his skills in. RRQ. 4 players all scanned out already. Question is, who used the scan? Could have RRQ used that Arvon to see if or not anybody's in their compound, or could Reverse Red have scanned out RRQ? They clearly have this information. RRQ sending out a UAV to make sure nobody is on the approach from outside of this compound as they try to reposition to focus on engaging with Reverse Red, who might just storm their compound.
See who will be storming who. RRQ right now, I guess they're just playing safe. They are trying to go in for a split in the compound so that they will not be spotted that easily. But in those stars right now is also targeting some of the players on the other side. PE Esports and Stalwart Esports, where Stalwart Esports has lost their elevation, but Caramel is just quite far away. The backup will be in here in a bit, but they need to pull out from that engagement using that portal go, but do right now has been left behind and stuck, unable to use that portal go.
Wang An has got a good flanking position to play against Du. He's going in with the mini Uzi. Don't think he's going to be in an advantageous position. Wang An needs to move though. Circle is putting a lot of pressure on them. Caramel, Stalwart's not an easy squad to engage with. PE Esports needs to be careful. Don't cry. Good rotate around and pulls out the glue. Wow, but tagged up. Wang An drops Cypher from afar. Caramel stays alive. Don't cry. Backs away. It's the bait and switch. Don't cry. Calls for backup in LBT and stop from up on top. But can't be stopped at all as LBT turns on him. The M1887. A gun that requires high levels of mechanics from the players. PE Esports just delivering out there.
Oh my goodness. And they just taken out players from Stalwart Esports. And that is because they don't have that distance. But speaking of distance, even from afar, parachuting in, Saifa has gone down. Even Du has faced the wrath of Nero, and they are taken out on 11th place.
Stalwart could have made that climb for the second spot, unfortunately faltering early. And they were just 1 point behind PE Sports. Now PE stands a strong chance. They need to catch up with them in a bit. RRQ have already spotted out the hiding spot of Reverse Red. Getting a couple of shots in, but there seems to be a portal go used right behind Nameless, and they all disappear.
Let's see
Just to appear
if
next
their disappearance trick will work for Legolas. It doesn't. They really know where they're going because of portal go. Because of the portal go is being visible on the skies. But I guess their position right now is quite safe. They can move back and forth, but that would require a lot of patience as well as a lot of medkits because they are being gunned down from below.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, it's all about the timing as to what they do with those very interesting portal go setup. It's the first time I'm seeing that in the pro scene, and I can't wait to see how it eventually brings them into a advantage situation, or does it put them at a disadvantage because very easily another team could just set up their portal go to join them up there. So it's about the timing as well, so they don't get caught with their pants down. Speaking of which, Team Falcons really flirting with danger at this point of time. Outside the circle, haven't found themselves a safe zone. Circle 3 is gonna hurt.
Yeah, it does, and it will. WAG, though, feeling the hurt from G'day. One takedown already, one knockdown, including just recovering the HP. And there you go, G'day. Well, not so much, though, because the pickup has been done. But, there goes Dolphin in the ground.
He pumped that nade 3 years ago out and it finally detonated. G'day was just patching himself up in the meantime. What a play by G'day. He was divine. That was just way too beautiful to watch.
6 eliminations right now because of that gameplay from Evo's Divine. As you can see, Bermuda United is taking advantage of position they have as well as where they are in the next phase of circle. But they are just buying so much time. But nope. They want to go in for a rush, getting a good or better position right in the middle of the next phase. Spotting in those stars from afar and probably might be able to wait out on those who might be flanking on them.
I love the strategy by Buriram playing the split method personality out there. Yes, we're one squad, but you have to deal with this from 2 different angles. And these players are even capable of splitting up in 4, but obviously not taking such a big risk. Just scouting out the opposite side of the portal go first before calling in the rest of the backup. And a little bit of slower movement out there in the open. But Expand cannot deal with any slow moves here because comes the PE Esports squad from Vietnam. Crime really low. And Axel just did not see that one coming. These guys are popping off with the M1887.
Nero right now dead at not only once but twice, or not only twice but even more in the other days, in the other match as well. Ken's right now needs to survive. The only question is, where is X-Roy? When we thought that he will be coming back to take advantage of the situation, it is only Ken's with 0 on the coins who's trying to survive. But surrounding them with BP Esports and a tackle round. But don't cry, he's not crying at all. He is laughing because he might be able to outsmart a tackle around and just hit him from behind.
Yeah, but 3 seconds more. Both AAA as well as PE Esports need to circle around. Look for this next circle. And it seems like they've managed to get in behind all of those buildings that Nextera provides as the perfect defense. Buriram has got a pretty comfortable spot. The opposite end of Plaza Ria as well. PE Esports have managed to peel away from attack all around. And RRQ is probably going to be the downfall of AAA unless they get rid of them first. This is a very sticky situation. The Thai squad just can't find the timing to enter the next circle just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any way for now, or probably they're just waiting it out, making sure that engagement is happening so that they will not be tracked. But Legoloth will say, no, we have our eyes on you, and Poon God will be targeted, even limit, but information has been relayed already, and the gatekeeping will begin.
And reverse red portal go to appear right above of attack all around. Now RRQ needs to stay silent. One wrong move, reverse red will start aiming for them, and that high ground advantage will put RRQ in a very, very rough spot. PE Sports, though, right on top of the billboard. Nameless Diamond Bolt down. PE turning the tables on reverse red. Insane stuff. Attack all around here to watch all of these incidences go down as well. And Exposy, the final survivor. I don't know how he's going to get away from the circle.
Oh, it's very difficult right now. Difficult spot, but LBT also spotting a few more Indo stars has been taken out of the game. And this is where Reverse Red has taken and received a lot of damage. It's just the timing that has been played by PE Sports to get here compared to what we've seen from Reverse Red. And they might be even taking advantage of the position to take down Bermuda United as soon as they show up.
I'll have to say we called that play out. We were talking about a team who can just set up a very easy portal go and meet Reverse Red up at the top, and that's exactly what happened, and PE just took great advantage. But now they take on the team of RRQ as well. They are right up above. RRQ choosing to engage with attack all around, not knowing that PE Sports could spring a ambush on them at any point of time. But PE focusing on attack all around at the very same time from up top. A great vantage point by the Vietnamese squad. Big brain play all the way through. PE might just be able to go back to back.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to take back another booyah at this point. Exposy being targeted from the side. Legoloth is the guy who can try to do it. Exposy with only a few HP, and he goes down from the hands of Wang An from PE Sports. LBT still. PE Sports just putting in all the chaos upload, and they have 13 eliminations already at this point. Only 4 teams remain.
PE, they perhaps lost their footing on Kalahari, but Nextera is a great place to play that recovery. Attack all around, really can't sustain. Grenade after grenade, get high. Bags to Moshi down though. What a trade around. PE now can take advantage of Buriram United, and they go in for the push. RRQ stays behind. Here comes the Mad Truck as well. PE wants to mow down all of the glue walls of Buriram, but Wang An makes a mistake. Doesn't get tagged up by the circle. Buriram in a defensive pullback, and PE just does not shut them down just yet.
Yeah, this similar situation that we've seen earlier, and PE Sports right now is trying to take advantage of how Bermuda United is running around. Wang An and the rest of the gang is trying to take down, get high, but LBT goes down, as well as one more from PE Sports. Bermuda United is a full-man squad. Healing gameplay being done a little bit early by Moshi, but I guess this is part of the plan. The rest of the teams, even RRQ, is trying to survive. Will they do so? A boy high! Does it, and Maal is the guy left standing. RRQ, grab that booyah.
RRQ out of nowhere using Buriram's own strategy up against them. Instead of just focusing on the patch up, Maal says, I've got the medkits, you guys go for the slay. And this was a perfect concoction of thinking on the fly for the Indonesian squad. Obviously they needed these points, so good on them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a tough battle overall for RRQ for today, but this booyah will definitely help them keep afloat and grab a few more of the points. But Bermuda United, quite a surprise. They were outsmarted. Even Stalwart, even PE Sports rather, had rushed in, but if they didn't do so, they might be in the situation where RRQ is, and they might be the one grabbing the booyah. But no, they were impatient. They want a few more of elimination, and they didn't even know it's Bermuda United. So that put them in a tight spot, and they lost battle.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you have to make these tough decisions out there on the battlefield, and I think PE Sports, they could afford that mistake for themselves. Obviously, it was only seemed as a mistake because they could not finish the job, but they were going up against the apex predator Buriram themselves. So obviously it was not a very easy job to execute in the first place. They did try to go in for the ambush. Any other team would have been stumped. any other team would have been confused. But Buriram very quickly dropped 3 glue balls in front of them and blocked out their rotation, pulled a left-hand side flank, and PE Sports started getting pelted from the shots off of RRQ. And that was one situation, one encounter that PE Sports just could not look out for, because they were focusing on shutting down attack all around, and then they saw Buriram. Little did they know RRQ would be waiting for that opportune moment right down below them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is quite a situation that they were in, but hopefully PE Sports has grabbed enough on the elimination that they can bring them to a little bit high, because we pointed out earlier that they only need 22 to take over Reverse Red. Reverse Red really didn't put out so much, but that would be the question that needs to be answered, because Buriram United, they are on the top right now, and they managed to grab second place, as well as a few more on the elimination compared to the earlier parts of the day.
I absolutely agree. And PE Sports, this is a fact. I mean, once again, if you're going to perform, this is the week to get the job done, all right? If you had faulted during the knockout stage, really, quite honestly, nobody cares, because you are here. You are in the final week. You are the top 12 squads. So you do whatever it takes out there today, tomorrow, to get the very best number of points that you can put up there on the leaderboard. And PE has been delivering. They got into the final circle. They desperately needed this. Yesterday was a decent amount of play from them as well. Yes, they only walked away with 1 head start point, but they were not dead last. They were the 7th squad out of 12 teams. So they can really pat themselves on the back for the consistency.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good run for them, and hopefully this will be a good warm-up for the grand finals. We just finished match number 5, and we're heading in to I would say the interview before we head into the last game, and we don't even know which map it will be. Would it be a map that can be that will be favoring the teams who want to grab that number 1 spot, specifically Reverse Red, PE Sports, even the team who grabbed that Booyah, which is RRQ Kazu, because they are the ones following Buriram right there after the engagement, after the Nextera map.
So it's very clear that Expand is choosing to bet on their own talent. Yes, they do bring in new players like Faiz as well as Kens, but they do have X-Roy and Too Fast, the captain and co-pilot for sure in X-Roy, guiding the rest of their team members. Expand has really made, such huge changes in their roster, but what does not change is their tenacity out there on the battlefield, and they just keep getting better.
Yeah, keep getting better. That is what we asked for. And the only difference would be, especially once it comes to the grand finals, is the time that they need to do it to be better. Knockout stage, it would be a long road, a long time for them to make adjustment. But for the grand finals, only one and match after match. But towards this moment, Moshi focused on healing up, and as we saw earlier, I mean, Razor is still doing so much in there, leaving Ma'al doing the patch up job, and that is how they grab that Booyah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, there's just only so long that Buriram can keep a tactic to themselves. Once they show everybody else what the game is all about, everybody's gonna be like, oh, wait a minute, we could do that as well. And that's exactly what they focus on, right? Not everybody chooses to patch themselves up, but they all drop their med kits, they drop their Horizon line, just make sure there's one survivor. Everybody else goes to look for the remaining survivors of the opposite team. If you've got a Draki on your side, obviously it's going to be a little bit advantageous as well, because the player has to be on prone at all times. Now, if he's going to be crouching out there on the battlefield, he's not going to be detected, but you're probably running in that final circle. So Drek is going to do a job. Booyah interview. Let's see exactly what RRQ have to say to dearest Miss Yunsol on the stage.
Gần đến cuối trận đấu rồi và chúng ta đã giành lại được chiếc Booyah dành cho phía của đội tuyển RRQ Kazu. Chào mừng các bạn đến với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu, và bên cạnh mình đây bạn có thể gửi lời congratulations. So can you say hello to the audience, please?
Hello.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Không biết là hiện tại là bạn đã cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ? Đặc biệt là khi chúng ta đã gần đến cuối ngày rồi và cũng sẽ hết ngày tích điểm để tiến vào ngày thi đấu rất quan trọng vào ngày mai. So how do you feel right now, especially when we are running out of time for today and tomorrow will be your very important day as well?
Gimana perasaan lu sekarang setelah kemarin kayaknya kita nggak begitu bagus performnya?
Alhamdulillah senang.
Oh, he said, Alhamdulillah, I'm happy. I think because this is the first booyah for her.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy rất là thoải mái và cũng như là vui, bởi vì đây cũng theo như lời của bạn host dịch lại thì bạn ấy bảo rằng là đây là booyah đầu tiên dành cho phía của đội tuyển RQ Kazu. Với câu nói thứ hai thì mình không biết là mình có một cái combo vũ khí nào yêu thích ở trong cái trận đấu không ạ? Do you have any favorite weapon combo in the game?
Jadi favorit kombinasi senjata lu apa?
Trogon Woodpecker.
Oh, he said Trogon for a close combat and Woodpecker for a long range.
Hai chiếc vũ khí rất quen thuộc đối với các bạn của chúng ta, đó chính là Trogon, một chiếc súng tưởng rằng đã bị nấp sức mạnh đi, tuy nhiên vẫn được sử dụng rất nhiều ở trong trận đấu, và bên cạnh đó là chim gõ kiến cho tầm ngắm xa. Đặc biệt có thể thấy được điều này là thông qua các thông số thì được phân tích, chúng ta sẽ thấy hai cái súng được sử dụng rất là nhiều ở xuyên suốt trong các trận đấu. Với câu hỏi thứ ba thì là chúng ta cũng đã giành được chiếc booyah rồi và cũng đã sắp hết thời gian rồi, thì không biết là bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ? Đặc biệt là dành cho các bạn khán giả hâm mộ của đội tuyển RQ Kazu. Do you have any words you want to send to the viewer and also to the fans of RQ Kazu, please?
Apa yang mau lu sampaikan buat audiens dan juga untuk fans RRQ?
Tetap dukung kita bakal ngasih yang terbaik.
He said, keep support us and I will try my best.
Hãy tiếp tục ủng hộ chúng mình và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành lấy chiếc booyah cuối cùng này và tiến vào ngày mai một cách hoàn hảo hơn. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi trận phỏng vấn này, và ngay bây giờ xin mời các bạn quay trở lại với bàn caster và chúng ta sẽ cùng xem những thông số đã được phân tích ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi nhé. Thank you so much for this interview. Now let's head back to the caster and watch the stats that we have been explained.
I guess we know one player who really put up those weapons on the board, the Trogon and the Woodpecker. We just need to find out who else has been putting it up, but pretty much everyone else. We've seen that in the battlefield, especially in that Nextera map, and we'll see if that would be very useful depending on the map that will be played in map number 6.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are carrying the Woodpecker in there alongside the Trogon. Like, we even spotted out Buriram earlier. Everybody has got the Woodpecker on their side. Of course, a couple of snipers to kind of match things up as well with the AWM as well as M82B. But, you know, the most important point here is who's the MVP of this matchup, because we know RRQ was out there, they were wrecking havoc, but I want to see if or not the MVP is the healer or the slayer, and it is the latter. 4 eliminations for Mr. Abe High through 2 knockdowns, 2 headshots, average damage 1,842. Not too bad. It was not a very elimination heavy game for them. I was hoping it was, though.
Well, it's about time though that Abai High has showed up or being featured as MVP, because from the earlier parts of the day, he's the, like, pretty much most of the time he's the first one who goes down, even with the potential that they have. But again, RQ really made work out of this game, outsmarting, even outpositioning some of the teams, which is Buriram United. But as we look into the characters, well, we are seeing no Tatsuya right here. So 8124 Iris as well as Homer, they are here to disable the enemy.
Absolutely. So great stuff out of them. Overall, playing a very defensive game to get into that final circle. And this is actually classic RRQ, right? We saw so many times this was what they were doing out there in the knockout stages. And this was one of their best version of plays. This is the tactic that got them multiple times into that final circle and a lot of points just through placements. And they're bringing it out once again in the final week of play. I absolutely love it. I just want to see more from them. Funa with the 5 eliminations, equalizing with LBT, who take that second spot in our elimination leader highlight. And of course, 4 eliminations each for Nero, Gade, and Get High in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving to see that PE Sports is moving up like a match after match. But as we go into the key players right now, Limit has probably reached his limit on game number 5, 3 times revived. And Attack Around really is having some trouble. Even for the final moment when they were rushed by Buriram United, they weren't able to turn things around.
Cost Q I don't know which shop he's buying all of these grenades from, but I want the location to that shop, tossing out 11 of those grenades, getting the highlight for himself. The top weapon this time around, the Woodpecker, and yep, the perfect combo with the Drogon, 15 and 9 eliminations each, and the M1887. This was just purely courtesy of PE Sports. What a fantastic game from them. And it's not a very easy game to master, but if you can get your aim right, this gun shreds close range.
Yeah, as we look at the game standings right now, RRQ, though, despite of getting that booyah, managed to end up on number 3 because of the number of eliminations that they've taken, and it is Bermuda United who grabbed that number 1 spot. PE Sports follow, and we've seen aggression coming from PE Sports in this match. 13 eliminations, second in the place, tackle around in there, very unfortunate on the position that they're taking, and it's just going down for the rest of the teams. Expand, we're expecting a few more from them, but unfortunately only have 4 points. Let's see how it changed their position on the leaderboard.
With this, PE Sports has officially outdone their performance from yesterday. Reverse Red clearly have outdone their performance from yesterday. Buriram struggling a tad bit, but obviously that's going to be the case. They slayed 4 booyahs yesterday, and today only 1 to their name, as the booyahs are spread a little bit more equally across the leaderboard. RRQ making a very huge improvement yesterday. They ended in the 11th spot. Today they are in 4th. So great improvements coming through on day 2 of Point Rush. And I want to see this continue into the final day as well. We are just all geared up for an explosive Sunday. But it's not over yet, Neptune. Still have 1 random map to play.
Yeah, we just have to find out which map it is and which team mostly have an advantage, because we do have some records out of the number of weeks of knockout stage, even from yesterday. And we are seeing, apart from Reverse Red though, we're seeing a few of potential as to which one will take that booyah. But let's head over to the randomizer right now and find out right now which map will be played in the last game of day 2 of Point Rush.
SEA, baby. Everybody is getting into their pods as we fly them over to the randomizer. It determines which map we play for on the final game, the final match of Point Rush day 2, before we head on in to the grandest of grand finals of Southeast Asia tomorrow on Sunday. And it is going to be, come on, Neptune, you got to drum roll this one, bro.
Let's see.
Yeah, baby. Extra defense next. Nextera gets activated, and perhaps we can now see a back-to-back for the one and only RRQ. Perhaps we can also see the back-to-back clean performance out of PE Sports to jump over Reverse Red as well. A lot of things can happen here, Nep.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we just finished a match. We've seen so much potential, and we've seen so much upset as well. And it's a good chance, since this is the same map overall, it's just fresh. The mistakes that has been done by the teams is fresh. They can correct it right now if they choose to do so, but it's still the dynamics of Battle Royale that will not give us the same result towards the end. So let's see who's going to take advantage of the ever-moving circle, the ever-moving teams, and the rotation that they will be taking, because so far, Bermuda United from knockout stage up until today is still leading the pack.
Obviously, we saw a very fair flight path for the previous Nextera. So can we have a super mean flight path in this final game? The rematch of Nextera between our top 12 teams here at FFWS SEA. It is going to be exciting to watch. I don't know if Lady Luck is going to be mean to the teams, but I surely hope she is. It's really going to shake up exactly what we can anticipate out there on Nextera. You've got so much of just the natural defense in the way the map is built. You don't have to use a lot of those glue walls until the final few circles.
Yeah, I want to cross my fingers to grab on to that tough battle, but it's just Lady Luck has brought in so much of a good flight path. Now we're going to witness right now if Lady Luck might have been asleep, because it is late in the night, but the fire is still on for the teams who want to grab that booyah.
Let's see who it's gonna be. final game of Point Rush Day 2. Before we head on into our grand finals, this is to determine who gets all of their fair share of head start points. At the moment, WAG and Onyx dead last, 11 and 12. So they're not going to be walking away with any. And if they want to make the jump, they could earn an extra point or 2 for themselves. It looks like the flight path is going to be a little bit different, but pretty much down the center of the map.
Very much the same. It just crossed, it just moved 90 degrees from what we've seen earlier. And everyone else has a good view as to where they're dropping. Again, this is a chance for the team to change their drop spots, especially if they failed from earlier. But I guess expand and attack all around is going to start it off. A little bit scan being done already, positions being taken. And let's see who's going to start it off.
Expand with the first shot onto Jump God. But whatever this is, they need to finish this job real quickly. Poon got down as well. Roy will find limit. It looks like attack all around is being bagged by Expand. But they need to move on quick out of this location as they annihilate attack all around. Because what was spotted earlier was a R1 scan by Reverse Red. They might just rotate into Zipway momentarily.
Yeah, and this is what we love seeing right now as Expand has taken a few more points, but they need to move, and that is what they're doing. Diamond right now getting more information, more visual, and has spotted the players of Expand. But position, Exposé on the other side, and Diamond on this side. The pinch will be happening. Are they prepared for the gunfight?
They spotted out Exposé already, and as we had guessed earlier on, they put X-Roy on the bench. They heated the boy up, and he is exploding on the battlefield. 2 eliminations already. X-Roy does manage to get traded out, though. Ken's on the ground. Exposé did get knocked down, but the recovery from Reverse Red is very solid. And Expand has to depend on X-Roy on the revival as he gets brought back in. Pretty broke the guy is. So this is a hard reset for Expand.
Definitely hard reset. But if you're going to revive, there's no better time than the first phase of the circle, because it's like you just had delayed your drop and you still have a chance, plenty of place for you to loot from, unless everything has been taken already. PE Sports right now really aggressive from the early Nextera that we have, and they've spotted Dew as well. And this is quite normal. If you know that this is a drop spot for Star Wars Esports, expect that someone from them will be moving up high above everyone else, and that is Dew.
And PE is just trying to change that for themselves by getting Wang An into a tricky little situation so that he doesn't get sniped, but is going to be able to take Dew out of the equation. So I'll catch up with them in a bit as Onyx Olympus meets their brothers from Indonesia, Evos Divine. A skirmish that leaves Jack in a batch-up position. Backstab onto G'day. Fantastic headshot. G'day's going to bleed out. Ray's not going to be able to get to him just yet. Joel trying to make a difference here. Gary with the backstab. And Joel still manages to sidestep that. And unfortunately for Ray, he just does not get away. Gardu taken out of the equation though as Jack comes in for the save. The pickup in the nick of time. Bara back on the ground. And this is just a fantastic play out of Onyx Olympus.
I love the communication that is being shown by Onyx Olympus. They know where everyone will be moving, and the backup is instantaneously being done. Team wipeout. Evos Divine out of the picture, and that is courtesy of Onyx Olympus. Hopefully they can bring themselves a little bit higher in the rankings with that initial part, with this number 4 on the elimination right now. Stalwart Esports, despite of them getting the high ground advantage, they didn't get any elimination just yet.
He was Divine. A little unfortunate. They might just walk away with 0 points if WAG and Onyx can climb above them. And Onyx and WAG are not too far away at all. PE. Wang An manages to find one RRQ as well with the damage. But now they meet each other halfway through. Stalwart, just the victims of this encounter. And RRQ slowing the pace down as PE peels away. Beautiful stuff from both squads.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, RRQ might be a little bit delayed, but they might have a good spot on PE Sports, but a portal goal might have saved them to it. Let's see how far PE Sports will be able to get away. And Stalwart Esports eliminated on 10. And not looking good for the team, especially the position that they have on Point Rush. Day 2, they will be pushed down as everyone will be grabbing a few more points.
These are the two teams that I was talking about, Onyx and WAG, currently sitting dead last, 11th and 12th on the overall leaderboard. EVOS Divine is out of the equation. WAG just needs 4 points, so if they can win this engagement up against Indostars, that's the exact 4 points they will require for themselves. Onyx, on the other hand, needs 11 to overtake EVOS, but they seem like they are off to a great start. Kochil making things a little bit more difficult for WAG. Brilliant knocked onto the ground. Recovery is there as they pick him up, but Reverse Red show up.
No.
And things have just gotten spicy for WAG.
Reverse Red, a team who will be chasing out for that number 1 spot. It's starting it off a little bit hot. Red hot indeed. For elimination already and trying to spot out WAG and will be rushing in a bit. But WAG managed to get away, drop themselves on the ground floor. Indostars will be moving in. And good distraction though to keep WAG getting away. And here comes the rush. Raz is the first target, but still not going down.
They got rushed, but they are the ones who turn the tables. And Nameless down on the ground as he falls. Unfortunately for him, the recovery is going to be a little bit tough. Exposy circling around. Kochil buys 8 India back. Unbelievably, Nameless gets picked up. Grenade. It's going to knock him down as well. Beautiful stuff as Res knocks Exposy down onto the ground once again. Reverse Red has the recovery. Indostars can very quickly counter this. Diamond says, nope, hasta la vista, baby. 1 portal go away. And they want to bring Exposy back in first.
We have Exposy who is missing from the battle. Good decision coming from Diamond right now, and still an exit strategy can be done. Let's see if that can or they can avert any carnage that will be brought onto them as they escape. But for Team Falcons, they are really not doing so much in this battle, but those who are is Team Expand going against RRQ. But as we can see, instantaneously they have been revived. Expand has been revived themselves, but Faiz is really needed in this engagement.
Interesting as Axel finds his spot behind the vending machine, but Legalot, the grenade launcher disabling him instantly. X-Roy try to finish Razor, but he just can't find a good enough angle to play this. Now 1v2 X-Roy, beautiful stuff up against Abe, and a double for him perhaps up against Razor as well. But unfortunately for him, the SMG a little bit overwhelming to deal with. But Expand does have the vending machine to play with, so the recovery should be still possible. As WAG circles around up against their brothers PE Esports, this will be a heavy loss for WAG if they take this engagement.
Yeah, PE Sports is very close behind, and WAG right now is just moving away. They managed to survive the potential engagement that will be happening, but thanks to Indostars, they were able to get away. But Ford Ken's no getting away from him. Onyx Olympus wants to grab a few more of the points. They want to move out from where they are right now on date number 2, and they are starting to do so. But the only question is, how will they be rotating? If the gunshots will be heard by the other teams is already into the next phase, it will be trouble for them.
Onyx needs a minimum of, let's just put a target of 15 points for themselves, just to get 1 head start point from today. And almost got the 6th one off of. They do get that check from the opposite end. And just to put the guy down on the ground, Abe high. Legalot in a tight spot as well. Abe gets mowed down by the monster truck. Ma'al taken out as well. Legalot, the final puzzle piece for Onyx to pick up. 7 eliminations strong. Onyx definitely wants to get in, but RRQ finds the recovery through Razor.
They don't want to go down just yet. RRQ is still having that momentum, probably not performance, but fire on them for survivability. Team Falcons, though, a little bit slow down right now, and Mal will be shut down the moment he gets back. It is Moshi who is on the snipe in good position right now inside of next phase of the circle.
Buriram chilling like the villains that they are. Expand finding a full team recovery with the revivals. RRQ meets PE. Big fight. Abe High quickly traded out by LBT's Bison. And the question is, can they find that revival? Yes, they can. Vending machine right down below. Don't cry. Buys his partner back. Axel down. Roy flying back in, but manages to escape the deadly crosshairs of Buriram United.
Tough spot right now for Roy. There's no getting out unless Bermuda United moves away. It's a good position being taken by Bermuda United. I mean, we've seen the accuracy that they have on the snipe. All they have to do is wait out for those who's coming in. And there's a lot who's being revived right now. So Bermuda United can take that position, not really get away, because just in case a portal goal will be released to gun them down, they know how to escape. But Team Falcons right now not doing so much, only one elimination, and they are trying to do the same, but they don't have any view of the opponents.
Esports just 10 points behind Reverse Red. If they can make that climb, they'll walk away from day 2 with 6 head start points. And with the home ground advantage that they hold in Vietnam, 1 head start point from yesterday, it would be solid on their side. Gardu out. No recovery. Gari finds the trade onto Nero. Instant execution. Gardu picked right back up. Onyx with the advantage. PE out in 9th. How unfortunate.
I was just talking about that, how they can grab a few more points today, but that ends it for day 2, and it is Onyx Olympus right now leading the pack in terms of elimination, already 11 on the number. And Team Falcons right now, Jack has been taken down. Let's see if the rush will work for them. Monster Truck can be a means of get away or probably cover, but here comes Team Falcons slowly moving in.
I was just planning to hype up Onyx Olympus because they just reached the minimum 11 points that they require. And here comes Team Falcons to eliminate them from this equation. Joel knocked down onto the ground. Peter does get traded back up, but Gary in a very tight spot. And he's going to get annihilated. Does manage to knock Peter first. The Coscu is there for the solid trade. And I believe Onyx Olympus now left with 1 final player. 8 more teams left on the battlefield, and that means not enough placement points for them. RRQ gets taken out. 7 more teams. Onyx Olympus just got a little bit more of an advantage. They just need to survive a little bit longer, and it's going to be huge for them. Yes, it's only 1 point, but you never know what that 1 point can do for you on Sunday.
Couldn't agree more. 1 point is a lot, especially as how we're looking at the teams right now. You will need all the advantage that you have. Reverse Red and Bermuda United, this is not just a battle of Nextera. It is a battle of that #1 spot. But unfortunately, Onyx Olympus has been eliminated already. We have 6 teams remaining, and Reverse Red is trying to back away on the ground floor of this compound, as in a few, they will be closing in because of the blue.
You'll have to wait and see. If or not, it was enough, because if WAG does well enough, then it is going to be tough for Onyx Olympus to overtake them. Expand out in 6th. And that also means that the Malaysian squad does not pick up more than 1 point. They do have 3 from yesterday. Let us not forget Onyx Olympus. They are the owners of 5 points from day 1 of Point Rush. So WAG will be the ones to determine if or not they get 6 or remain with that 5.
See how will that work? We have Indo Stars just waiting it out. I love how it is right now. Team Falcons had a great advantage keeping themselves distant, but I guess the portal go will leave them for the push. And let's see who goes down in this battle. Indo Stars on one side, as we have the rest of the teams onto the other. And I guess Indo Stars got their attention.
5 teams in here. This is insane. And Buriram right on top of everybody else. The smart play with the portal go. And the portal go, look at the connection. It's going to lead them right down on the grass. And they're going to be able to snipe at any players that step on out. Team Falcons are the ones at greatest risk here, because they've got their backs turned potentially to the opposite end of Buriram's portal go. But they do bring up all of those glue walls right behind them to make sure they've got their own 6 covered. Team Falcons, a little bit wary, but Reverse Red trying to hunt down WAG. This is just so insane to watch. Everybody's got one level conquered.
One level conquered, everyone on their toes. As you can see, Reverse Red move away. They're first in the circle. They will be meeting up against WAG, and this is what happens. Anticipated by Buriram United as well as Team Falcons. They are now targeting those who's moving in.
Yeah, very smart play from Buriram. They did not reposition. WAG went to the opposite side of the battlefield, but the first ones to move, they say the early bird gets the worm, but if you're the early worm, you get pecked out of the field first. Beautiful stuff out of Buriram. Now Reverse Red might just fall prey to this. One player went back out of the circle. This has got to hurt. Buriram taking a huge disadvantage for themselves, but still with the highest possibility of a win rate here in the final circle.
First Red right now being hunted by Buriram United. They have crossed over, but on this side, Team Falcons is slowly making do against Indo Stars. Only 3 teams remain. Recovery has been done for Reverse Red, but they haven't finished by the team. And let's see if Team Falcon can use the manpower advantage that they have on a 4v3v2.
Funa just circling around with the Trogon, manages to get the knock, but so low on that HP, still managed to burst in with the Rebel Rush. Tatsuya, but now he's barricaded in. Funa managing to smash down his own glue wall to find on fire once again. But here comes Peter with the backstab. The backstab finally takes Funa down and out of the equation. Team Falcons, 4-man strong, 51% possibility on the win at this final map.
And they are seeing Get High already going for the flank, and Verse Red still hiding out outside of that blue. And Koski right now making do, and there goes Wasana. Get High, and it is only one remains who stayed silent but still unspotted. Diamond will survive, but seen by On Fire. Team Falcons grab the final booyah of Point Rush.
4-man strong Team Falcons rising back up to the occasion here on the final game of play for Point Rush Day 2 before we head on it Championship Sunday, baby. We get to see exactly who gets to be crowned as the kings of Free Fire Southeast Asia, and Team Falcons, no better game to get that momentum boost.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've seen some ups and downs from this team on the knockout stage. This time around, they are moving up. From the previous day or day 1 of Point Rush, managed to grab that second spot. And for now, they might have been in the 5th, but with this booyah and the number of eliminations that they've done, they will be moving up once again, and that is a lot of points that they can grab, take advantage onto the day grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely, sir. Beautiful stuff out of the squad. We kept just seeing them on the highlight reel where we saw Koski just throwing nade after nade after nade, but they were not getting the booyahs. Falcons were looking for massive number of points, and they may just have been able to find that because they needed quite a solid number of points to at least get into the top 3 to get a minimum of 5 advantage points from day 2 of play. Yesterday, if we assess their play, they managed to grab 6. So they're looking for a total of 11 head start points on the day of the grand finals. Can they get that?
And well, that is a huge number, definitely, especially for the teams and how we change on the Point Rush. But the only question as well is, will there be anyone else who will be getting more? Because from how we've seen the overall standings, there's a huge potential that they can move up several spots. And despite of the one pointer that we have, it will be broken later on if they did so much well on elimination. So there's a lot of engagement that happened earlier, but we don't have a definite view as to how it will end in terms of standing.
And look at us talking about the combination of points from day 1, day 2, from the teams that are struggling to find points for themselves. And we are missing the greatest highlight, Buriram United Esports. 2 days back-to-back. The consistency kills all of the other teams out there on the battlefield. 16 points strong. They head on into Sunday. That's insane. If they weren't already too great to deal with out there on the battlefield, they now have a more than a 1 booyah advantage against the rest of the squads.
Yeah, it is expected right now from Buriram United because so far for the 6 weeks in the knockout stage, every week they have maintained the number 1 spot. And even for the point rush, and we did point this out, this might be a chance that they might be sleeping, not giving out any of those strats. But no, they don't have any playbook. It is very thin. It's just in their mind right now what they have to do. It's just in their blood on what they have to do, and they're doing it even in point rush day. So there's no slowing down on D-Day Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No slowing down at all. If anything, everybody's picking up some good pacing. Some teams struggling, some teams recovering. But what's important is tomorrow everybody shows up 100%. But at the end of the day, there always needs to be a couple of losers in order for us to find our winners. And there can only be one winner. There can only be one champion. 11 other teams will just have to stand and watch. But the greatest of greatest points here is top 8 teams qualify for the Esports World Cup. So that's a big win as well.
That's a big win, definitely. I mean, 4 of which will be singing it out right here, and 8 will be moving in on Esports World Cup. Love to see that, but I love to see as well what the team will be saying for the interview. So let's bring it over to Yoon Sol to interview the Booyah takers of that match.
Chào mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Và cuối cùng trận đấu ngày hôm nay cũng đã kết thúc. Người chiến thắng đó chính là Team Falcons. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây đó chính là Team Falcon Coach Quy. Không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Hello Coach Quy, can you say hello to the audience please?
ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมคอร์สคิวจากทีมฟาลคอนครับผมชอบกินอาหารเวียดนามครับ
Hello, I'm Coach Q from Team Falcons. I love Vietnamese food.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Coach Quy đến từ đội tuyển Team Falcons Thái Lan và mình thực sự rất thích đồ ăn Việt Nam. ขอบคุณนะคะ Với câu hỏi đầu tiên thì bạn đánh giá phong độ của đội tuyển mình ngày hôm nay là như thế nào ạ? Từ bậc thang 1 đến 10 điểm. From 1 to 10, how would you rate your team's performance today?
เต็ม1ถึง10เต็ม10คิดว่าเราจะให้ผลงานของให้ความสามารถของทีมเราวันนี้กี่คะแนน
สัก6คะแนนครับ
6 point
Why 6 points?
ทำไมถึงแค่6คะแนนคะ
เพราะว่าผมยังลงไม่ครบ6เกมครับถ้าลงครบ6เกมก็เต็ม10แบบ
Because I haven't played full 6 game. If I play for a full 6 game, I will give it a 10.
Bạn ấy đánh giá là màn phong độ của Team Falcons ngày hôm nay sẽ là 6 điểm bởi vì là bạn ấy cảm giác rằng hôm nay mình chưa chơi hết sức mình ở trong vòng 6 trận vừa qua. Nếu như chơi đủ hết thì bạn ấy sẽ đánh giá là 10 điểm. Vậy thì không biết là bạn hôm nay cuối cùng thì chúng ta cũng giành lấy được Booyah rồi, thì bạn có thực sự là hài lòng với bản thân mình ngày hôm nay cũng như là sẽ sẵn sàng chắc chắn hơn vào trận đấu ngày mai không ạ? Since today finally you achieved your Booyah, are you satisfied with yourself today and confident and make sure that you are going to shine tomorrow?
เนื่องจากวันนี้เราได้บูย่าแล้วตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะรู้สึกแบบว่ามั่นใจไหมว่าพรุ่งนี้จะทำได้ดีกว่านี้
รู้สึกมั่นใจครับมั่นใจมากๆครับ
I feel very confident for tomorrow.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy rất là tự tin vào ngày mai và chắc chắn rằng là sẽ thi đấu hết sức mình. Ngày mai thì như bạn cũng đã biết rằng đây là một trận đấu chung kết rất là quan trọng với tất cả đội tuyển và cũng sẽ có khán giả được bao phủ toàn bộ ở đây. Thì bạn sẽ có cảm giác như thế nào khi mà mình được thi đấu ở trong một cái nơi nó nhộn nhịp đến như vậy? You know that tomorrow is gonna be a big day and of course everyone will cover all of this place. Do you feel excited or how do you feel about it?
รู้ไหมคะว่าพรุ่งนี้สถานที่นี้จะเต็มไปด้วยคนแบบเยอะมากรู้สึกยังไงกับวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะตื่นเต้นไหม
รู้สึกเฉยๆครับว่าพวกผมโหดครับ
I feel like chill so because we are too good.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy rất là thoải mái bởi vì thực sự mà nói rằng Team Falcons chúng tôi thực sự chơi quá tốt. Một câu nói thực sự rất là tự tin. Vậy thì hiện tại là mình sẽ để cho các bạn về nghỉ ngơi bởi vì sau 6 trận đấu vừa qua các bạn chắc cũng đã thấm mệt rồi và tất nhiên là cũng đã rất là vui. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn này và bây giờ mình xin phép được chuyển về bàn của caster và chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau xem lại thông số được phân tích vừa qua nhé. Và xin phép hẹn gặp lại các bạn vào ngày mai nhé. Chúc ngủ ngon. Thank you so much for this interview. Since you guys are really tired right now, then I'll let you guys rest after this. See you guys tomorrow then. Bye bye.
It's just chill because they're too good. I agree. Team Falcons, they sure as hell are good. Yesterday, they ended with total of 87 points, 6 head start points collected for themselves. Today, a total of 74. And there's a potential of getting 5 points unless, of course, Reverse Red kind of slipped up a little bit too much there and they managed to overtake. But I don't know. The range of points between them was still quite high earlier. So we still have to wait and see the final leaderboard as to how it looks like. But it's unfortunate for PE Sports, who almost got it done but faltered and allowed Team Falcons to grab it from them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Team Falcons really did so much well in that battle, as we have one more as the MVP in this game. 3 eliminations, 3,094 on the damage, 1 headshot, and 5 knockdowns. And we're seeing that they're bearing different characters overall. Iris once again, and we have the AWM as well as an Arvon being played.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, allowing Iris to turn your AWM into an M82B, mark your opponents, get those penetrations through those glue walls, and torture them with a sniper clearly makes the character a very, very strong one to have, especially if you're a sniper. But they also bring in the capability of going in there for those rushes with On Fire and Peter. The Rebel Rush from the Tatsuya definitely allowing them to do so. And Coscu, the bomber with the disabling capabilities of A124, just made Team Falcons so devastating to deal with out there.
Yeah, as we have the points right now, Peter managed to grab 4 points together with 3, and 1 more has 2 elimination coming from On Fire, and 5 whopping elimination from Coscu. That is a lot really for Team Falcons, and we might not have seen this on the earlier parts of this day, but it's a good thing that ended this time around. But again, from yesterday, they were able to bring themselves to 2nd place, and no question that they can do it overall. Couldn't disagree with what Coscu has mentioned. They're just that too good.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. They're most definitely too good. And Coscu, Peter picking up the highlight for themselves with the 5 and 4 eliminations. Moshi, Jack, Saming all equalizing Peter's 4 eliminations as well. These 5 players definitely had a lot of high intensity, high octane action out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were seeing Coscu really change his ways. Knockout stages, you pointed it out. There's a huge change that they put out. That was how they faltered, and that is how they didn't get that 2nd spot from the knockout stage. But it doesn't matter at all, because after this point rush day, they have a few of the points that they can carry over grand finals and then just play one day, but it is not that easy. But let's head over to the key players right now. We have 3 revives coming from RRQ, a very high. Coscu with 10 grenades used, Nameless with 7 destroyed on the glue wall, and 28 glue walls used by Sammy.
Oh my goodness, Coscu. He surely has this secret grenade shop that he's not telling us about. Okay, this guy, he knows exactly where to find them, and he knows exactly how to use them. And I love that, because some of these players, they kind of hold on to those grenades a little bit too long and they get sacrificed a little bit too early. You definitely want to use your throwables. Your lethals can bring so much of advantage out there on the battlefield. Coscu proved that this time around. Woodpecker picking up 16 eliminations in total from this Nextera match, and Bison walking in with the 12, followed by the Trogon. 8 eliminations for the top 3 weapons used for those elims numbers.
Yeah, top 3 weapons used overall in this competition, and I don't think it will be changing soon. There's a lot potential. Even some of the players, one of the players has mentioned that this is the best combination, Woodpecker and Trogon, and we've seen so much of changes being put in, but that, as you said, AJ, depends on how they're starting off the battle. Most of those elimination, or most of those weapons used, might have been coming from the early parts of the engagement, where they took a lot more, especially if the flight path is not favoring their drop spot. So we'll have to see if any changes into the meta of the game can change the weaponry of that top 3. But as we go back to the game standing, we have elimination of 14, 12 on the placement, the Booyah Takers. We have Falcons at number 1.
So I guess the question is answered. Team Falcons do not overtake Reverse Red because Reverse Red walked away with 15 points. Good on them. Second placed in 6 eliminations in hand just to survive so that they get that extra 1 point. They should be on an overall 6 points out of this point rush day. It was a fantastic jump to the top and they maintained their consistency for sure. It's a huge improvement from where Reverse Red was yesterday, down dead at the bottom.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were expecting them to be number 1, but again, we talk about how Bermuda United want to maintain that even for the final battle. 11 elimination and 8 on the placement. They maintain that spot. And Reverse Red, they might have been taken down a little bit early from the first few parts of this day, but they managed to maintain the number 2 spot. So what I'm seeing right now is PE Sports really doing well. They, with the points that they have, they're a little bit short, and they were able to get 4 points out of this day in Point Rush.
Oh, that's crazy, man, because obviously we need to check out where Falcons are in the grand scheme of things, because PE Sports, I totally forgot about them. They should be able to make a decent climb, but the points would be pretty close because I expected PE Sports to end this game with so much more, but Falcons clearly put a huge distance between themselves and PE. 20 points more than the Vietnamese squad. I think PE Sports just lost that, and you might just be right, Neptune. 4 points from Point Rush off of this day too. Unfortunate for PE that was performing decently well from the start of the day, just faltering towards the end.
Exactly. I mean, it's just PE Sports showing up, but it's like, despite of 1 point difference based on how they are going to start it off in the grand finals, the performance for today is just quite awesome, and we might be getting more of that for tomorrow. Again, the point rush is preparation on how they are going to approach grand finals day, wherein they are getting the point rush points, like the head start points, as well as warmed up in this battle, understand the changes that happen after a week's rest. And we are looking at very exciting grand finals, even from the first map.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it could obviously go either way, right? It's either explosive or it's super silent until we get into Circle 3, 4, and then it turns explosive. Either way, we are going to have a lot of fun in those 6 games. Yes, it seems short that we only get 6 games and we have to determine the winner, but it has been a long journey. Tomorrow is the culmination of 7 weeks of effort, 3 days of play every single week. They have to get back in there, but obviously we split them up into 3 groups, which means each team played 2 days every single week, 12 matches over 2 days, and it has taken a lot for them to just qualify for the final week. And now we just reset the whole progress and torture them with a little bit more, but obviously only the toughest, only the strongest mentally, as well as with the capabilities out there on the battlefield, will be able to strive tomorrow for the best and perhaps be crowned champions.
Yeah, I love the format overall, because this way you really can, I would say, squeeze out the best from this team. The matter of the marathon of knockout stage, and then once you get to the point rush, the reset that might have damaged some of the teams in terms of mental fortitude. But as we look at the overall standings, this is how it's going to fare with the number of points that they will get. And Bermuda United managed to grab another 8 points, adding up to the 16 that they have. Reverse Red, as you did mention, maintain that 2nd spot, and they will get that 6. Onyx, Team Falcons, as well as a Team PE Sports, only 1 point difference. If in case Team Falcons has failed to grab that booyah, PE Sports will be sitting there.
Oh yeah, obviously, right? And PE, unfortunate, but they faltered way too early in this final game to make their fate any bit different from what it is currently. This has to just be the tough lesson, that very bitter pill to swallow, but it's better to swallow that pill on the day of point rush instead of your grand finals day. So you make that mistake today, you just make sure it does not show up tomorrow, and you're clean end to end throughout those 6 games. PE should be fine. Yes, you are right, Neptune. They take away 4 points from the day of play today. Yesterday, PE managed to earn themselves a total of just 1 point. So it's a grand total of 5 that PE Sports from Vietnam has as head start for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, for PE Sports, I hope that this will be a motivation for them on the grand finals, because if I'm going to lose a battle, 1 point would be most devastating, but that is where you will feel that if I've done a little bit more, if I've performed a little bit better, then I could have taken that spot. And that is, I don't know, probably it's just me, but for some, that would be a great motivator because you missed it by 1 point. And why not? Grand finals, we might be seeing a much better PE Sports.
Falcons for a total of 11 points from Point Rush. Buriram with a total of 16. Indostars, surprisingly, a little bit of a drop in performance, but they still do manage to pick up 2 points from today because they are in the 6th place. And yesterday with the 4 gives them a total of 6. Expand, just slipping a little bit. They did manage to nail that booyah as we headed into Purgatory earlier, but just could not maintain consistency throughout the day. They walk away with 1 point from today's Point Rush, added up with the 3 they collected yesterday for a total of 4. So it's not great. It's not great. The teams that really need these points just did not manage to grab it for themselves. You still have your dominators up at the very top.
Definitely. I mean, it's just the consistency that they have. They're just showing that regardless of which mode they're playing, which kind of map they're doing, this is still a battle royale. This is still Free Fire. And it's just a result, or what will they be getting out of the result that differs. And for some of the teams, the best teams, they are just playing the game. They're enjoying how it works, understanding every nook and cranny of how the opponents as well as the play zone is doing, and that's how they make their way. And well, again, Buriram United still on a good run. They haven't slowed down, but I want to see more of those who didn't get so much point from this Point Rush. WAG, in combination of 2 days, they only grab 1 point, and that is from day 1. For today, they didn't get any. The same goes for Evo's Divine. They had 0 right now, and they have 2 from yesterday. So that's just a few points that they need to recover by grand finals.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, unfortunately, they faltered today, right? They picked up 5 head start points yesterday, and today they only earned themselves 1 point, which is a little disappointing because this team, I thought it was just going to be that super underdog team, qualifying in the 12th spot and then shocking us on the Point Rush and maybe even the grand finals. But my dream was pretty short-lived from yesterday till today. But fingers crossed, Onyx will be able to show us the version that we saw yesterday. Because, dude, they ended yesterday in the 3rd spot, okay? Which is insane. 80 points. I never thought I would see that out of Onyx Olympus when it truly mattered. And we did manage to get a glimpse of that. So, overall, grand scheme of things, 5 points from yesterday, 1 point from today, gives them 6 head start points, which is decent. I wouldn't say it's, going to make a world of difference, but let's look at the overall leaderboard right now. If someone was to pick up 6 points, can they actually jump a lot on the leaderboard? If you're stalwart, attack all around, of course, you do get to jump. If you're Onyx Olympus, 6 points, you do manage to jump over attack all around. So the 6 points do make a lot of difference. I mean, look at Indostars and RRQ. It'll make a difference there as well. PE Falcon, huge difference. Obviously, you're going to have these big gaps between squads like Falcon and Reverse Red where, unless you're whacking 16 points like Buriram, it's not going to be making much of a difference.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, why are we comparing the overall stats and Point Rush Day 2 to what will be happening in the grand finals? Because it's pretty much the same story. 6 matches. This is like well, not really the maximum, but pretty much the same set of numbers that you're going to see overall, and that additional head start game can be so much of a difference as expressed by AJ earlier. So let's take a look at how much in total each team has taken for the Point Rush. And well, I guess we didn't miss anything. Everyone that we pointed out, that we added up, is pretty much the same.
That's why we get paid the way we get paid.
Yes, sir.
But great to see the points picked up by all of the squads out here. It's gonna be a crushing day out there if they do not make good use of these points. But obviously, they cannot only depend on this crutch that they have earned for themselves. They have to always go out there and look for the best out of each and every single game. This is just a bonus that they have to totally forget about. And if it comes in handy, it comes in handy.
Yeah, I mean, if they, like this, speaking of bonus, I mean, yeah, forget about it. All you have to do is focus on what is at stake, what is going to happen for tomorrow. But let's check out what has happened so far on the MVP scoreline. We have, still have Wasana on the #1 spot with 11 MVPs, but followed by Funa. So I guess Stu has been pushed down, but very, very close though on the second place, and still Moshi is in there. Diamond will be our 5th. So 3 representative from Bermuda United Esports will be on our top 5.
Yeah, I'm just wowing at the fact that Wasana is closing into 300 eliminations already. So he'll break through the 300 points tomorrow when we get into the grand finals day. Moshi, 211 eliminations, looking to overtake Dew and Funa, but that has to equal them getting 2 Booyahs with Moshi as the MVP tomorrow. But even that would not be enough to overtake his brother Wasana with the 11, unless they do the unthinkable back-to-back Booyah. And I wonder how it's going to be in terms of, 2 players from the same team. I guess we'll go by eliminations.
Yeah, I mean that would depend, and we saw a little bit of tiebreaker as well, similar to how begin the day. So there's a huge difference. But again, if we're talking about the same team, one of which will be null overall. But Point Rush is over. We have just ended 2 days for this week, and teams might look that they are tired, but they are just fired up for tomorrow. Once again, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ. We are excited to see you for tomorrow, so see you there.